This event took place when I was in college and occurred way before there were things like cell phones. I was an undergraduate at the time and attended a school located in the Appalachian Mountains. The school was in a small town, and I soon came to realize that the townies, that is, people who grew up there, didn't much care for us students. I was a junior at the time, and it happened during a cold winter. I had heard a story regarding a certain townie that liked to frequent a popular bar called The Club. It was a place frequented by both students and townies. The way the story went, this guy would come out on Saturday evenings to pick fights with students. The past weekend, he had sat down at a table, uninvited, where a group of students were drinking beer. He just sat there silent and very unwelcome. Eventually, he grabbed the thigh of a male student. He then assaulted them when the student gripped him by the arm and told him to let go. Supposedly, the students all had to go to the hospital due to injuries sustained during the beating. The owner didn't do a thing about it either, also being a townie, I guess. The next Saturday night rolled around and I told my buddies, let's teach this jerk a lesson. I was raised by my dad not to be a victim and to look out for my friends. I played pool and poker to help put myself through school, so I knew how to handle myself. Having heard the townie liked to punch his victims in the solar plexus, I got some magazines and taped them around my torso with a roll of electrical tape. I also got an empty glass Coke bottle and put it in a jacket pocket. And we waited until around 10 p.m. and then headed over to the bar and got a table, leaving one chair empty beside me. We were enjoying a cold pitcher of Pabst when one of my friends told me that he was there now. We made sure not to look at him and kept on drinking. Eventually, he came over and sat down in the empty chair beside me. Casually, I turned to look at him and smiled. And sure enough, he immediately grabbed me by my leg. "Hey there, fella," I said, still smiling as I took another sip of beer. He had a hard grip on my thigh as he stared back at me, not saying a word. "Well, you certainly aren't a shy one," I said, and my friends all laughed. It had grown silent. Everyone in the bar was watching now. I had a nice pinch of Copenhagen snuff between my cheek and gums. I spit into one of his eyes, which caused him to involuntarily close both. Immediately, I punched him in the throat as hard as I could, knocking the creep backwards. He fell out of his seat, landing on his butt. "Take this outside," yelled the owner from behind the bar. We stepped out into the back alley, followed by the townie. His eyes blazed with anger as he quickly came towards me. He took a swing, which I blocked as I pulled out that glass Coke bottle, gripping it by the neck. I swung back hard, landing a very savage blow against his thick skull. I felt it connect with a very satisfying thud. His head snapped back and he stumbled. I kicked his legs out from under him, and then we circled around him and started kicking him with our steel-toed Doc Martens. He tried to get up, but we just kept kicking him as hard as we could, working up a good sweat. He must have tried not to yell or scream, but soon enough he was crying like a baby. And this went on for quite a while until we eventually heard whining sirens approaching us. "Let's go," I shouted as we legged it out of there as fast as we could. Later, we were told an ambulance had to come to the bar to cart off the unconscious townie on a stretcher. And needless to say, we didn't return to the club anytime soon again. One time the next year, I went back and saw a townie sitting in a wheelchair beside the bar. He looked like him, but he wasn't so big anymore and trembled a lot. He looked my way eventually and immediately broke eye contact. He never said another word. Oh well, I thought. He had brought it on himself. There are consequences to your actions.
Hey guys, thanks so much for all the support. If you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, please feel free to do so. There used to be a time when I used to visit bars quite often within a week, but it has been a long time since then. Now I'm too busy with my work as a lawyer that I hardly get any time for myself, let alone partying in a bar. Currently, I'm occupied with a sensitive case that I'm set to solve by any means necessary. Still, whenever I pass by any alley where there are lots of bars or clubs and see those homeless people selling things, I'm reminded of all those nights when I used to go see her before that incident took place a few months ago. The first time I saw her was the night when I was visiting X nightclub. It was one of the usual spots for our friends to hang out together. Her clothes looked shabby, and her hair was in a mess, but despite all those negative things, she still looked more gorgeous than any woman I had seen. She must be around in her late 30s, but even her sylph-like figure could not hide her beauty. Her complexion was amazing. She had the longest eyelashes, prettiest eyes, and the best cheekbone. All the features that I couldn't help but admire, even as a woman. She was selling stone-like jewelry, which quite few to be able to make any profit for the day, but still, I had the sudden urge to buy whatever she was selling, since I couldn't withstand watching her in this condition. Those of you who are thinking why a girl like me was thinking of such things, well, first thing, I guess it was the sympathy, which is a common human nature among us, and second, she somehow reminded me of my dead elder sister. I walked to her and asked the price of them, and surprisingly, she was selling them at a rather cheap price despite such fine handcrafting. No, seriously, if you were to buy such stone handmade jewelry online or in a store, they would cost 10 times more than what she was offering, or maybe more. Looking at how she had just a few of them, I bought all of them, and the slightly happy expression on her face was enough to make my heart feel a bit at peace. The next day I saw her again with a few other ornaments, so I went closer and started asking her about them. As time passed, I somehow became a regular customer, and the two of us started to exchange more than a few friendly words. Her companionship started to feel more assuring and delightful than the friends in that club who were here to seduce men more than to have fun with me. There was a time when I only went to that nightclub so I could commune with her. Over time, I got to know a few things about her life. She was married to a guy to her family's wishes, but wherever she talked about her marriage, I couldn't help but notice her sorrowful tone. And even though she never said this on her own, I figured she wasn't quite happy with her husband. Her barely visible bumps suggested that she was expecting, and that might be the reason she was trying to gather a few bucks by selling homemade trinkets. This made me come to another conclusion. Either she was divorced to her husband, or her life partner didn't earn enough to save for the baby, causing her to go on her own even in this condition. One day when I came out of the bar at the same time when she used to arrive to sell her embellishments, I found her waiting outside with nothing in her hands. Out of worry, I rushed to her and started asking what's wrong, but instead of telling me the cause of her worries, she looked at me with her shiny eyes, and her lips formed into a crestfallen smile. I stood there frozen as she maneuvered a small pendant with a black gemstone around my neck and handed a piece of paper in my hand. For some reason, her actions felt heart-wrenching, and a small droplet of tear made its way down my cheek, which she wiped with her thumb before saying, "If you're free sometime, do pay me a visit." And then she walked away. I felt like I was losing my sister all over again as I watched her back disappear bit by bit. The next day, I didn't see her in that alley, so I impatiently waited for a little more than an hour, hoping for her to arrive. But she didn't. Not that day, and not any other day after that. There was so much that I couldn't get to say to her that I wanted to, and now it felt like I would never be able to. I continued waiting for her outside that alley for a few more days before I remembered the address she gave me written on that piece of paper. Deciding that I would visit her and make sure to bring her home with me just in case she was having a hard time with her husband, I headed toward her supposed residence. But when I got there, what I saw was not a habited house or an apartment. Instead, it was an abandoned building. I hesitantly walked in, only to get hit by a nasty stench. Covering my nose, I started walking toward the source. And once I got there, my heart jumped to my throat as I let out a sorrowful scream. Her guts were shattered around her lifeless body as she was crushed under a huge rock, which didn't seem like it was fallen from there. Instead, it looked as if someone purposefully smashed her head with it. My leg gave up as I wailed like a howling dog in front of her rotting corpse. I couldn't understand. She was perfectly alive the last time I saw her. What went wrong and who did it to her? My eyes went between her bleeding legs, making my heart feel as if I was going to burst any moment with this terrifying yet despairing scene. I took out my phone and dialed 911 with my trembling hands and wavering thoughts. The cops reached within 20 minutes at the address I provided them and started asking me questions. I told them about everything from the first time I saw her to how I came to find her. After they took charge of the crime scene, they asked me to go home, and they will call me if they were to need my assistance. For the next few days, I couldn't eat, sleep, or focus properly. I stopped going to nightclubs and continued staying at home since I was mentally and emotionally a mess. There was only resentment and unending hatred left in my heart for the bastard who did this to her. I couldn't blame anyone when my real sister died of coronavirus, but this time, when I finally found my sister in her presence, someone purposefully stole her away from me. Who would do so cruel to do that to her and her unborn child? The investigation had started, and the police disclosed her husband's strange disappearance after her death. After a few days, the autopsy results were out, but something didn't add up. According to the results, she died on Friday night, but that was impossible since I met her the next Saturday evening. I touched the stone that she gave me and something hit me, sending a shiver down my spine. Is that why the address she gave me was of that place? Was she already dead and wanted me to discover her body? I immediately took out the pendant and started looking at it carefully, trying to understand if it was a clue to find out who killed her. As I was pinpointing all of my memories with her, I remembered I had seen this necklace more often than I thought. She used to wear it all the time. That meant this might contain the fingerprints of that killer, and luckily, I didn't touch the stone that much, so it was possible that it hadn't faded away just yet. I practically ran to the police station after giving a call to the officer who was in charge of her case. After telling them that I had found this necklace outside the nightclub, I submitted it as evidence. They sent it immediately to the forensic lab for testing, and just as I thought, it did contain another set of fingerprints that were older than mine. It was her husband, Javier. My hunch was right when I found out he was missing and was the suspect list. He murdered his wife and child. There was no way I was going to let him off easy. I was prepared to go to the end. I filed a separate report against him and hired a bunch of private investigators to find him at any cost. That bastard had taken out a life insurance policy in her name and was thinking of getting that money, so there was no way he was not going to make a move on that. And even if he didn't, even if the search for him was to go in vain, I am set to find that son of a bitch and drag him into the hell where he deserves to be. I have a clue in my hand that suggests that the piece of shit was hiding somewhere in Las Vegas. That filth has no clue what's coming his way. Just wait till I get my hands on him. This happened last year during my student exchange in France and was probably only 2 weeks before COVID imploded. I had to head back to my home country, and that night there was a language exchange at a bar, maybe 30 minutes away from me on the subway. My roommate didn't seem interested in going, so I decided to make this my first night out alone, so I'd already talked to the organizers of the event and they seemed really nice. Plus, the subway in Paris on Fridays closes at around 1:30 a.m., so I knew I had time to go meet people and get home relatively safely. I got there maybe half an hour late, got my little flag stickers that indicated the languages I spoke, and headed into the crowd to try and talk to people. Everything was pleasant. I made friends with the group of guys, and we made good small talk for a solid hour. After a while, the group decided to split, and trying to find others to actually exchange languages with since we were all speaking English. At this point, I headed over to the bar to get myself a drink. We're a group of what I can only describe as chaps, but French started annoying me about the flag on my shirt, a Chilean flag. They threw everything out there. Is it in Africa or is it Colombia? At first, I didn't mind correcting them, but it got old pretty quick. After I realized they were just messing around, I left them to it and started talking to an older man by the bar. He seemed nice enough. After talking to him for about 30 minutes, he headed off. And that's when the creepy encounter started. A random guy in his mid-20s, early 30s showed up next to me at the bar and started making conversation by saying, "Oh, I immediately know your flag was from." I just smiled at him. Then he started the, "Oh, you're very beautiful" talk. Look, as a 21-year-old woman, this isn't my first time in this situation. Usually if men aren't being overtly creepy, I'll just smile. Maybe give conversation a try. But if they keep pushing, I just go. I said thanks and kept nursing my drink, hoping he caught the sign that I wasn't trying to talk. He kept asking me about where I was from, why I was here, where I was staying. To which I gave him vague short answers when out of nowhere, and I really mean out of absolutely nowhere, he'd said something along the lines of, "I'm in love with you." Dude, what? I've directed maybe 20 words in total to this man, and I'm getting a full love confession? I let out a laugh. That was half nerves laugh. Are you kidding me? And at this point, he's forcing eye contact, really intense eye contact. I tried everything. I'm not interested. I'm in a relationship. I even headed towards my last resort, which was saying that I was a lesbian, which is true. But he would not budge. He said, "I respect that. It's not your fault." What, that I'm lesbian? And he kept on going with what I considered to be the creepiest part. "I want to do romantic things with you," he said. Excuse me, you what? This set me off, and that negative gut feeling is one of those phrases that is just off enough that your brain goes, not dinner, not a date, not something just romantic. Well, I wasn't about to find out what it meant. I put on my full bitch face that said, "Look, I know you're just trying to be nice, but I'm not interested, and I am in a committed relationship." I got up and he tried to touch my arm, to which I immediately flinched and shocked daggers at him. "I just think you're beautiful. I want to marry you someday. Maybe you have kids. You have beautiful eyes." Thankfully, the bar had cleared out some, and I was able to cross the floor and grab my Parker. He kept saying things behind me like, "I just want to try romantic things." I then grabbed a random non-creepy man that I had talked to that night who was just leaving and said, "Hey, are you walking to the subway?" And I went with him. My recently professed suitor followed us. I remember him perfectly wearing a tan waterproof jacket, standing right outside the bar door looking at me. The guy I was walking with was going in the company in opposite direction of the subway line, but I wasn't about to risk going down to my own line alone and waiting. It was past midnight, so trains took slightly longer to arrive. Most train stations have an option to switch directions if you mess up without paying again. So I figured I'd go down with my bodyguard of sorts, make him stand with me near the direction change, and if I saw the creep coming, I'd book it and pray a car came in time. We had an app that showed estimated arrival times. It was just my luck that that specific station was undergoing repairs, and it was either get your direction right on the first try, or perish. No direction change in sight. So I did what in my 2 mojito fight or flight mode had to do. I ran back up the stairs and tried to pay again. Except the card I used was one of those cards that once you scan, you can't use again within 5 minutes. I wasn't going to wait that long, and I could hear someone coming down the subway stairs. Paris subway had turnstiles, but it also had doors that only open once you scan. So I sucked in my breath as much as I could, went under the turnstile, and squeezed through my tiny space between the door. I have no idea how I made it past when my Parker on adrenaline is one hell of a drug. I had just managed to make it downstairs when the train was arriving. But as I turned around, I saw him on the sort of bridge area overlooking the train tracks. I managed to grow out my biggest, meanest no, and then said something like, "I want to grow old with you. Give me your number." The train doors opened, and I walked inside backwards, making eye contact with him, saying no again. Luckily, that's just about one of the most universal words out there. I'm thankful to the Friday night 1 a.m. Paris subway crowd. They all seemed confused, but they had the right spirit. A couple of girls waved over so I could stand with them until the door closed, and they went with me until I had to change lines. I felt safer on the 2-minute walk from the subway to my apartment than near that guy in my neighborhood was kind of known for being a big crack hotspot. At least the crackheads left me alone. So if anyone takes something away from this, just be mean. Be rude as hell. I tried being mean a little too late and got one of the creepiest love confessions of my life. A stalker and into the subway, and a story to tell on here. Hey guys, thanks so much for all the support. If you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, please feel free to do so.
On Valentine's Day back in 1982, an Arizona state trooper was walking along the side of Interstate Highway 40. He was searching for the remains of a blown-out tire which had been lost during a recent traffic accident that occurred near the Monte Carlo truck stop, around 11 miles away from Williams, Arizona. As the officer continued his search, he found himself approaching a cedar tree, having spotted something half buried in the soil beneath it. But it was not a blown-out tire. Lying face down in the dirt was the lifeless body of an unidentified young woman. She had apparently been dragged around 25 feet from the nearby interstate, and lying next to the corpse was a white sweater with red stripes, a white bra, and a white handkerchief. Larger sections of the girl's face and right ear, as well as her hands and feet, had been eaten away by animals, making fingerprint identification completely impossible. Coroners later determined that the girl had been dead for around 2 weeks before she was discovered, and that the cause of death was most likely suffocation or asphyxiation, as her hyoid bone had not been broken, and there were no other significant indications of physical trauma. Since it was impossible to identify her, and in light of the date her corpse was discovered, the authorities nicknamed the girl Valentine Sally instead of the usual Jane Doe. In an effort to identify their nameless victim, police officers canvassed the surrounding area in the hopes of garnering clues. One witness claimed to have given Valentine Sally a ride after spotting her hitchhiking around Cords Junction, which is around an hour's drive away from Flagstaff, Arizona. The witness claimed that the hitchhiker's journey had started in Phoenix Valley, and that she was employed as a dishwasher at a restaurant there. She also claimed to have a family in the state of New Jersey, and that she intended on traveling there due to trouble in her home life. Her plan was to make it all the way to the Little America truck stop in Flagstaff, where she would hitch a ride further east with any truckers headed in that direction. Days later, a woman named Patty Wilkins contacted law enforcement, claiming that she'd spotted the Valentine Sally on February 4th, when she arrived at her family's truck stop in the company of a much older man. This truck stop, the Monte Carlo, was the same one Valentine Sally's body was found in the vicinity of just 10 days later. Patty claimed to have found the situation deeply suspicious and approached the girl to ask if she needed any assistance. The girl refused and seemed more than happy to remain in the trucker's company, yet complained of a very severe toothache. Patty then applied some crushed-up aspirin to the girl's tooth, a substance which was later found in the tooth cavity of Valentine Sally. Patty Wilkins was then shown pictures of the clothes found at the scene of the crime. All matched those that the mystery hitchhiker had been wearing on the day that she visited the Monte Carlo. 3 years later, Valentine Sally was falsely identified as Melody Eugenia Cutlip, who disappeared from Istachata, Florida in 1980. A forensic dentist compared the bite marks between the two women and announced that they'd found a match. The same dentist apparently reconstructed the faces of both Valentine Sally and Melody Cutlip before declaring a significant level of resemblance between the two girls. Melody's mother famously refused to believe the body belonged to her daughter, and although many claim this was the result of untamable grief, she was later vindicated when her daughter returned home during the summer of 1986. Along with their attempts to identify Valentine Sally, authorities worked tirelessly to identify the trucker she'd been spotted with just hours prior to her death. The man was described as being middle-aged, between the ages of 50 and 60 years old, and was thought to be sporting a two-toned leather vest with a checkered pattern, along with a black felt cowboy hat that had a peacock feather tucked into it. Based on a physical description given by Patty Wilkins, the police commissioned a series of composite sketches, many of which seemed to resemble Royal Russell Long, a convicted kidnapper and suspected serial killer who was given 2 life sentences in 1985 for his involvement in the abduction of 2 teenage girls. Sadly, Long has since passed away in prison, meaning if he was Valentine Sally's killer, he will never face justice for his unforgivable crimes. In 2005, the case of Valentine Sally was handed over to the Coconino County Cold Case team, who vowed to continue the efforts of both identifying her and catching her killer. Then, in 2018, when the Golden State Killer was positively identified due to extensive forensic testing, the Cold Case team saw an opportunity to finally uncover the truth of Valentine Sally's identity. They reached out to Barbara Venter, the genealogist who worked on the Golden State Killer case, to help build a profile based on Valentine Sally's DNA. The team then compared Sally's DNA to that of multiple individuals throughout the area and managed to track down one of her relatives. From there, they followed bloodlines down to one particular family living in Missouri and discovered that one of their number had disappeared around 1979. This girl had a history of running away from home and had charges on her juvenile record that had never been expunged. Finally, on February 22nd of 2021, almost 40 years to the day since Sally's body was discovered, the Coconino Cold Case team held a very important press conference. They announced that after decades of tireless work, Valentine Sally had been officially identified as 17-year-old Carolyn Celeste Eaton of Bellefontaine Neighbors, Missouri. Apparently, the last time Carolyn and her family were together was on Christmas Day of 1981, when they discovered her in the company of 2 strange men. This led to a confrontation between Carolyn and her parents, and she responded by running away from home for the umpteenth time. Her parents assumed that she'd return in the usual time frame, when she either ran out of money or realized her mistake. Little did they know, they'd never see their little girl ever again. In an interview following the long-awaited identification, Patty Wilkins stated that she was haunted by Carolyn's murder and felt like she was her last, best chance of salvation. "I knew something was off," she told a journalist. "I just knew it. Even when she told me she didn't need any help, I could sense something wasn't right. But I didn't do anything. At least, I didn't do enough. And I guess that's a regret that I'll just have to learn to live with." Patty added that Carolyn and the man she was spotted with appeared to be close, almost as if they'd been friends for a while. She also stated that she wouldn't be surprised if Carolyn's killer was someone her family were aware of, and supposedly asked the reporter, "If you ever find out who did it, tell me, so I can go stamp on their toes." Carolyn Eaton was eventually given a proper burial at Mountain View Cemetery just outside the town of Williams, Arizona. She lies under a very unusual-looking headstone, one that stands in stark contrast with those around it. Instead of a dull gray slab of stone, Carolyn's marker is a large, bright red heart which depicts the names Valentine Sally as well as Carolyn Eaton. This is to signify that no matter how long a person is missing for, no matter how long they're referred to by Jane Doe or any other morbid nickname, they will not stay that way forever. This event took place when I was in college and occurred way before there were things like cell phones. I was an undergraduate at the time and attended a school located in the Appalachian Mountains. The school was in a small town, and I soon came to realize that the townies, that is, people who grew up there, didn't much care for us students. I was a junior at the time, and it happened during a cold winter. I had heard a story regarding a certain townie that liked to frequent a popular bar called The Club. It was a place frequented by both students and townies. The way the story went, this guy would come out on Saturday evenings to pick fights with students. The past weekend, he had sat down at a table, uninvited, where a group of students were drinking beer. He just sat there silent and very unwelcome. Eventually, he grabbed the thigh of a male student. He then assaulted them when the student gripped him by the arm and told him to let go. Supposedly, the students all had to go to the hospital due to injuries sustained during the beating. The owner didn't do a thing about it either, also being a townie, I guess. The next Saturday night rolled around and I told my buddies, let's teach this jerk a lesson. I was raised by my dad not to be a victim and to look out for my friends. I played pool and poker to help put myself through school, so I knew how to handle myself. Having heard the townie liked to punch his victims in the solar plexus, I got some magazines and taped them around my torso with a roll of electrical tape. I also got an empty glass Coke bottle and put it in a jacket pocket. And we waited until around 10 p.m. and then headed over to the bar and got a table, leaving one chair empty beside me. We were enjoying a cold pitcher of Pabst when one of my friends told me that he was there now. We made sure not to look at him and kept on drinking. Eventually, he came over and sat down in the empty chair beside me. Casually, I turned to look at him and smiled. And sure enough, he immediately grabbed me by my leg. "Hey there, fella," I said, still smiling as I took another sip of beer. He had a hard grip on my thigh as he stared back at me, not saying a word. "Well, you certainly aren't a shy one," I said, and my friends all laughed. It had grown silent. Everyone in the bar was watching now. I had a nice pinch of Copenhagen snuff between my cheek and gums. I spit into one of his eyes, which caused him to involuntarily close both. Immediately, I punched him in the throat as hard as I could, knocking the creep backwards. He fell out of his seat, landing on his butt. "Take this outside," yelled the owner from behind the bar. We stepped out into the back alley, followed by the townie. His eyes blazed with anger as he quickly came towards me. He took a swing, which I blocked as I pulled out that glass Coke bottle, gripping it by the neck. I swung back hard, landing a very savage blow against his thick skull. I felt it connect with a very satisfying thud. His head snapped back and he stumbled. I kicked his legs out from under him, and then we circled around him and started kicking him with our steel-toed Doc Martens. He tried to get up, but we just kept kicking him as hard as we could, working up a good sweat. He must have tried not to yell or scream, but soon enough he was crying like a baby. And this went on for quite a while until we eventually heard whining sirens approaching us. "Let's go," I shouted as we legged it out of there as fast as we could. Later, we were told an ambulance had to come to the bar to cart off the unconscious townie on a stretcher. And needless to say, we didn't return to the club anytime soon again. One time the next year, I went back and saw a townie sitting in a wheelchair beside the bar. He looked like him, but he wasn't so big anymore and trembled a lot. He looked my way eventually and immediately broke eye contact. He never said another word. Oh well, I thought. He had brought it on himself. There are consequences to your actions. From the ages of around 6 to 11, my family and I lived in a very rough neighborhood. One night it was just my mom, myself, and my 2 siblings at home. My dad used to drive truck for a living, which obviously meant that he was away an awful lot, meaning a lot of the time it was just our mom taking care of us. That night at around midnight, someone started ringing our apartment's buzzer. My mom woke up and went to the little intercom to ask who it was, and no one answered. She thought that maybe it was some kids playing Ding Dong Ditch or something juvenile like that, so instead of being scared, she was just annoyed as she went back to bed. But then about 30 minutes later, someone starts buzzing for a second time. Mom gets up again and peers through the side window to see if she can spot anyone out there, but she can't see a single living soul, and that's when she started to freak out. She goes back to the room and grabs my dad's gun, and then sits in the living room in the dark just waiting for someone to try and break in. After God knows how long, there was another buzz. This time, Mom said she very calmly explained that if they carried on harassing us, she was going to call the cops, and if they tried to break in, she would shoot them. Again, there was no response, so she went back to the window to see if she could spot anyone, and that time, she did. She said that there were 3 guys out there, faces covered, all looking up at the window, all looking right at her. Mom said she rushed to call the cops, all the while me and my 2 siblings were asleep in our bedroom. No one tried to break in right away, but my mom had to wait for an hour for the cops to finally show up, and when they did, they buzzed our buzzer, causing her to freak out one more time, thinking that the masked men were outside again. Thankfully, it was the cops, and she invited them up to do a quick look and around the outside of the apartment building to make sure no one was hanging around. After their search, they tell my mom that they had found a piece of barbed wire about 4 feet long next to the front door and asked if it belonged to my mom. She said that it wasn't hers and asked why. The cop then told her that there was a chance that it belonged to whoever was knocking at the door. Mom asked if they thought the people were planning on using it, and although they assured her that there was no way of knowing that, she's convinced to this day that they were planning on torturing us. However, what the cops did confirm is that she was very smart not to open the door to see who was there, otherwise it could have cost her life. They also said that they'd patrol the neighborhood until morning and do a thorough investigation once there was daylight. And later on that morning, once my siblings and I were at school, they called back to talk to her about something. They said that when they were searching around the house, they found footprints leading around to the back of the home, leading up to my bedroom window. You see, our apartment was on the 2nd floor, so scarily accessible to anyone with a fairly long ladder. They also found nicks in the window sill where the person, or persons, were trying to pry open the window to break in, but failed. My mom always suspected that one of our neighbors had been involved, because he would always stare very creepily at my mom whenever they crossed paths. He also knew when my dad wasn't home, since he knows what vehicle he drives. Mom said that was the final straw of wanting to get the hell out of that place, and as soon as my dad came home, she gave him a very strong ultimatum: find us someplace else to live, or she was leaving him and taking us kids with her. And so within 6 months we were living somewhere else, and I celebrated my 12th birthday someplace where she actually felt safe, and not in a neighborhood where she felt like she needed to sleep with one eye open. Back in 2011, I did a week of guest lecturing at UMSL, and since I was still a young maverick back then, I was content to surf the couch of an old friend who happened to be working there after attending the same university. We were still in our late 20s, so we were holding down jobs and being fairly responsible, but still staying up until 3 a.m. on the weekend, playing stoned Wii Sports until we got hungry enough to want to eat. At which point, we'd head over to the local 24-hour Walmart to grab whatever looked good. He worked late shifts, and almost all my lectures were scheduled for the afternoon, so we stayed up almost every night, either just hanging out, watching movies, or playing Wii. Then, on the 4th night of our little ritual, my buddy gets home from work, we smoke up, play some more Wii Sports, and then made our way over to the Walmart to get some food. We're walking up and down the aisles with a basket, throwing in pizzas and wings and whatnot, but then, when we got to the snack aisle, we found ourselves in a minor disagreement over which chips to buy. We basically ended up standing there having some dog-brained debate on which Ruffles were the superior flavor, when I start to notice this dude at the end of the aisle on our right. And I noticed him because he wasn't looking at the chips. He was looking directly at us. You know when you can see someone looking in your direction, but you don't want to make any eye contact with them, so you kind of just check them out in your peripheral vision, but refrain from meeting their gaze. It sounds oddly specific, I know, but I'm sure some of you will know what I mean when I say that. I didn't look directly at this dude, but I also knew for certain that he was looking at us. Not just a glance either. He was staring at us. I turned to my buddy and I was about to say, "Get a load of this guy," when I saw a second dude standing at the opposite end of the aisle, who was doing the exact same thing. Now, I did end up making eye contact with this second guy, purely by accident, but he only glanced at me for a second before I recognized that he wasn't strictly looking at me. He was looking past me, at the first guy I had spotted, who was standing to my right. And that's when I turned back to the original dude to see if he really was checking out this other guy and not me and my buddy, and lo and behold, he was indeed looking at this seemingly random dude. Keeping in mind that I'm just completely toasted at this time, it took me a second to realize what was going on, and that there weren't just these two random dudes staring at me from each end of the aisle. They were having some kind of weird staring competition, and at first I didn't realize just what that meant. But the second the guy on my right reached into his waistband, and I saw this flash of jet black against his bright red boxers, everything I'd been slow to pick up on hit me all at once, and I just remember dragging my buddy to the floor as the shots started popping off around us. I instinctively tucked my head in and squeezed my eyes shut after hitting the floor, so I didn't see anything of what happened next. All I heard was the shots, or more specifically, the crazy echoing they made as the sound waves bounced all over the store. Then, while the shots were like whop, 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 just this weird sound, I had my buddy in my left ear screaming, "What the F? What the F and F?" And we just lay there until everything finally went quiet, ears ringing, and by that point my buddy had gone quiet too. Probably one of the most terrifying moments of my entire life, right there, thinking one of my best friends in the entire world had been shot dead. Thankfully, he just finally decided to shut up and stop screaming, but that moment of thinking, "Oh God, please no," probably one of the worst ones in my entire life. I remember just helping my friend up, and then we saw one of the employees running for a fire exit, and we followed. And then the next thing, we were in the parking lot, hearing one siren turn into two, and then double again, and then before we knew it, there were like half a dozen cop cars all pulling into that Walmart parking lot in twos and threes. The parking lot was just completely filled with blue and red lights as the cops ran into the Walmart through the front entrance. But by that point, I think both shooters were long gone. I don't remember seeing any blood either. I mean, not that we were looking, but the point is, I'm not sure that they even hit each other. And I read later that you don't even start gushing blood after being shot, that it sometimes takes a second for the bleeding to really kick in, depending on where the wound is. So maybe they did hit each other and I just didn't see any of it. I actually did a disturbing amount of research into small caliber shootouts after that whole incident too, and all under the recommendation of the therapist that Yushai provided me with. They were great providing me with paid leave, as I'm not going to lie, being in public places was pretty nerve-wracking for a while after that shooting. The thing that really got me was how lucky we'd been not to have been hit in the crossfire. And I'll put it this way. We had to talk to the cops afterwards to give them a description of both shooters, so we got a pretty good breakdown of what had actually happened. I guess these two gangbangers managed to pepper that entire aisle with 14 bullets that went everywhere, but then somehow, by the grace of God, neither of us were hit. It's still something that I think about from time to time. Like whenever I drive past a Walmart someplace, it's guaranteed to pop into my head if I ever have to visit one for any reason. And I always wonder what would have happened if I hadn't spotted the guns in time, or if we hadn't been so lucky in regard to where the bullets ended up. This happened to me about 5 years ago, and even now, I get chills just thinking about it. I was renting a small house in a quiet neighborhood at the time, It wasn't anything fancy, but it was cozy, affordable, and had a lot of character. The only thing I didn't love was the crawl space under the house. The access door to it was in the laundry room, a square wooden hatch flush with the door. It was locked from the outside, and I had never had any reason to open it, and I figured it was just pipes, cobwebs, and the usual creepy crawl space stuff. One evening, I came home late from work, and it had been a stressful day, and all I wanted was to shower and collapse into bed. As I stepped inside, I noticed something strange. My laundry room light was on. I was sure that I had turned it off that morning, but I chalked it up to being absent-minded in my rush to turn it off again. That night, I woke up at around 2 a.m. to a very faint noise, and at first I thought it was just the wind, but as I lay there, I realized that it was coming from the laundry room, a sort of soft, rhythmic thumping sound. My heart started to race, and I debated whether to get up and check it or just stay in bed and hope it stopped. Curiosity got the better of me, so I grabbed my phone for light and tiptoed to the laundry room. When I opened the door, everything was quiet. But then I saw it. The hatch to the crawl space was slightly ajar, and my stomach dropped. I distinctly remembered it being locked, and there was no way that I could have accidentally opened it. Trying to stay calm, I convinced myself that it might be an animal that had somehow gotten in. I shut the hatch tightly and placed a heavy box of detergent on top of it before going back to bed. The next day, I called the landlord to ask if there were any pest issues I should know about, and he seemed surprised and said no one had reported anything like that before. Still, he promised to send someone over to check it out. That night, I double-checked the hatch and even put a chair on top of it for good measure. I didn't hear any noises, and I started to feel a little chilly for being so freaked out. But around 3 a.m., I woke up to the sound of my bedroom door creaking open. I froze. My bedroom door doesn't creak unless you push it slowly, and I knew I had closed it before bed. I stayed as still as I could, barely breathing, as I heard soft footsteps shuffle into the room. My phone was on the nightstand just out of reach, and the footsteps stopped right next to my bed. I could feel someone's presence, their quiet breathing in the dark. Summoning every ounce of courage I had, I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and swung it toward the intruder. There was the man, crouched on the floor, his face pale and gaunt, his eyes wide and unblinking. He looked just as startled as I was. I screamed and bolted out of the room, running outside to the neighbor's house. I banged on their door until they let me in, and they called the police. When the officers arrived, they found the man still in my house, hiding in that crawl space. He had a small mattress, some food wrappers, and a collection of random items that he must have taken from my house. The lock on the hatch had been tampered with, and from the looks of it, he had been living under my house for at least a few days, maybe even longer. And the scariest part, the police said that they found a notebook with detailed notes about me. He had written down my daily routine, when I left for work, when I came home, even what I wore. And there were also a list of plans, though they wouldn't tell me what was on that. I moved out the next week and stayed with my friends until I found a new place. And to this day I have no idea how he got in or how long he had been watching me before I noticed that something was wrong. When I was 14 years old, my family and I went on a boating trip out of Melbourne's western Port Bay. I remember being at the helm with my father, steering the little boat over the waves, and then the next thing we knew, my big brother was shouting that water was coming in. And it all happened so fast. Mom and Dad were shouting for us to stay together, and then suddenly, the boat tipped over, and we were in the water. We later found out that the bottom of our boat had been almost completely rotten, and that its owners had been extremely and willfully negligent in renting it to us, and we had no choice but to start swimming. Since it was late in the evening, no one had seen us go down, so it was up to us to rescue ourselves. I was a reasonably good swimmer, and we all had life jackets on, but it was still around 2 miles back to shore, so land looked like it was a long, long way away. Darkness fell as we were swimming, but my dad started to struggle and my big brothers swam back to try and help him. My mom and I stuck together and kept going, but we soon lost sight of my father and brother. Seagulls cried out above me, and I kept imagining that they were warning me of an attack from sharks that were no doubt swimming in the waters around us. I could see land, but it didn't seem to get any closer. Finally, after more than 3 hours in that water, I felt the sandy bottom against my feet. I'd reached the mud flats of what I believed was the mainland, but my mom, dad, and brother were nowhere to be seen. I was weak, cold, and exhausted. I dragged myself through the mud, which at some points was almost up to my waist, and this was even more terrifying than the swimming. The mud kept on sucking me down, and I was terrified that I'd sink and be suffocated. My muscles ached, my lungs burned, and I felt like I was about to pass out at points. But at the same time, I knew the clock was ticking, that it was essentially down to me and me alone to get help from my family. The clock was ticking in my head, and I needed to get my family the help they badly needed. When I finally made it ashore, I realized that I was on French Island, an island with an old, disused prison on it that has only about 50 people on it. I ran through the bushland, using up the last reserves of my energy, it felt like, and feeling thorns scratching against my legs and arms. I ran for a long time, too, stopping every so often to catch my breath before continuing through the bush. Finally, I found a house, and after banging on the door, someone opened it and I told them what had happened. I just remember crying and crying as they tried to comfort me, and how I begged them to help find my family. They told me everything was going to be okay, and that they'd contacted the Victoria Coast Guard. I appreciate that they were just trying to console me, but I knew they were wrong. The next morning, the bodies of my mom, dad, and older brother were recovered from the water off the coast of Fairhaven, and words can't express how devastated I was, and I was filled with this overwhelming survivor's guilt, thinking that I should be the one dead. And for 5 long years, I was a wreck, and I think I might be dead from drink and drugs if it wasn't for the birth of my first kid. And for a long, long time, I avoided any kind of large body of water, which included swimming pools, before my therapist suggested that I undertake some exposure therapy. This would involve brief trips to a local pool, but at first, my anxiety was so bad that even if my head was above the water, I just couldn't breathe. I tried for 4 months, but nothing worked until a local swim coach heard my story and offered some help. And then over the next year or so, the therapy started to chip away at my fear until, finally, I was able to look at the sea without feeling like I was about to have a panic attack. My proudest moments has been taking part in a charity swim across the Rip, which is an infamously rough stretch of water. We helped raise money for a domestic violence charity here in Australia, which is a cause very close to my heart for reasons that could well make for another true scary story. It might have taken me 20 years, but I no longer let my fear control me. I now understand that what happened wasn't my fault, but the irony of needing water to heal the very trauma that it created has never been lost on me. It was the weekend before spring break was to end, and I was out with a few friends from school. This was my senior year in high school. Everyone except my friend Keith was in their final year. Keith was a junior. And to be specific, it was Saturday evening at around 15 past midnight. The 4 of us had piled into Keith's Mustang and went to see a movie earlier in the evening. After the movie ended, we decided to go to the Waffle House for a late-night snack. We ran into a couple of more friends and lost track of time, and before we knew it, it was way past our curfew, including Keith's, who was driving, and we all paid our bills and rushed out to the car, only to find that it had a flat tire. Panic started to take over for a moment, but Kim, Keith's girlfriend, managed to calm us all down, and I was the only member of the group who had ever changed a tire before, so obviously I was chosen to do it this time. I began by asking Keith where his spare was located, and I was rewarded with a very blank stare and a lazy shrug, and it was clear that it was going to be of no help, so I just went in search of it myself. And after countless minutes of digging through a giant pile of clothes and junk, I finally found it. Luckily, the jack and a lug wrench were lying underneath, and once I was able to dig everything out, I rolled the tire over and jacked up the car. Kim was kind enough to sit next to me and light things up with her phone. Keith and our friend Seth just sat on the curb texting people while we did the work, and to be honest, there really wasn't much they could do, but their lack of concern did annoy me a bit, especially Keith's. I shrugged it off and got down to business. The spare did appear to be a little underinflated, but it was going to have to do for now. And the actual operation was going relatively smoothly, but it was looking like we'd be on the road soon until a new problem arrived. Just as I was beginning to hand-tighten the bolts on the spare, a car of college guys pulled up a few spaces over. Normally, this wouldn't have really mattered, but in this case, it probably meant trouble. You see, my friends and I had problems with these guys in the past. 3 of the 4 in the car had jumped and beaten one of our friends at a party the summer before, and Keith and I ran into them a few days later and almost got into a fight with them. A lot of threats were exchanged, but their girlfriends got them to back off, and I knew that wouldn't be the end of things. And now here we were almost a year later, unable to get away or distance ourselves. I quickened my pace as fast as I could, but it was obviously too late, and just seconds passed when I heard a drunken curse coming from a yard or so away. Great, I thought. As if things couldn't be any worse, these morons were drunk as a skunk, and I knew this wasn't going to go well. And rather than react, I just continued my work, and our only hope was to get this done before a fight broke out. Keith and Seth started exchanging words with those guys, and things got heated quickly, and I whispered to Kim under my breath that things were going to be okay, but in truth, I clearly had my doubts. The last lug nut was tightened just as things were popping off. I didn't see the first hit, but I knew something was wrong when the light disappeared. I turned around and saw Keith stumble back onto the ground. Seth was all alone now and outnumbered 4-1, and without a second thought, I ran towards the attackers, swinging wildly with that lug wrench as I went. In hindsight, it's probably a miracle I didn't seriously injure anyone or kill anyone with it. I know I made contact with at least 2 people, but I'm not sure where, and I continued swinging around like a madman until I heard a voice behind me telling me to stop. It took me a moment to realize that it was Seth. I turned around and saw him waving his hands, and now that I was out of my haze, I could see Keith lowering the jack while Kim helped him. I didn't know where the college guys had gone, and at that point, I didn't care. My single thought was to get away from the situation. Seth and I gathered up all the tools and threw them into the trunk, while Keith and Kim got into the car and started it. We hopped into the car and pretty much squealed out of that parking lot. It's a miracle that the spare held up, and I don't recall checking the nuts one last time before leaving. And now is when I began asking questions. Seth waited patiently until I finished to answer me, and he said that 3 of the 4 were about to jump him, but I went crazy and started swinging that wrench around, and they turned to jump on me, but I hit them all a couple of times and they just turned tail and took off. And to this day, I still don't really remember much of it. I guess it doesn't matter though. We all got away unharmed and we never saw those idiots again. I was worried for a while that the cops were probably going to show up, but thankfully they never did. And hopefully those losers learned their lesson that night. No matter how tough you think you are, a scared nerd with a lug wrench probably is tougher. Many years ago now, back when I was in college, I worked as the property manager at a 100-unit apartment complex here in Charleston. It was a pretty awesome job, in that I had all my rent covered by the company, and the only truly taxing things they expected of me consisted of filling out paperwork and scheduling the maintenance workers. The place had a pretty even mix of tenants. There were a lot of college kids, along with a bunch of post-grad singles and roommates and the occasional young family, too. But there was one guy that I always felt kind of sorry for. He didn't seem to have any family, and I think that he might have been on disability, but he kept to himself, and the most I ever saw of him was when he was walking to a nearby convenience store around once or twice a week. Around June of my second year there, I got a call from one of the tenants in his building complaining that there was a funky odor coming from his apartment. I went in, and it smelled kind of like someone had puked in the hall, and seeing as there was a handful of college kids in that building, that was actually a pretty depressing and common occurrence. We had the carpet shampooed the next day. Then the cleaners used a bunch of that industrial-strength shake-and vac that always makes the place smell like a hotel. Once that was done, I honestly figured that'd be the end of it. But then I think that it was maybe 3 or 4 days after, I get calls from half a dozen other tenants saying that the smell had only gotten worse. I remember being sat in my car, trying to figure out just what the hell was going on when suddenly my cell phone started buzzing. Remember the sickly-looking loner that I just told you about? The one who I only saw walk over to the store every so often? Well, the person calling me turned out to be that guy's daughter calling all the way over from Michigan. Her dad hadn't answered his phone in a few weeks, and she was getting kind of worried about him, and could I go over and check on him to make sure that he just lost his cell phone while on D&D or whatever. I said that I'd oblige her, then head over to his building again just to do that. As I'm walking, I put 2 and 2 together. It's summer, there's a bad smell in the building, and my sickly-looking loner hadn't been heard from in a while. I immediately called my on-duty maintenance guy and told him about the call, and he too thinks that we're both about to have a really bad day. We met up, walked up to the guy's floor, and sure enough, the smell hits us like an absolute freight train. Then, when we managed to get the door of the loner's apartment open, the smell is considerably stronger. We knocked on the door a few times, and to this day I'm not entirely sure why we did that. I guess it was just one final grasp at home before we had to deal with the reality in front of it. But when we got no answer, I opened the door and all we could hear was the non-stop buzz of all the flies in the apartment. I immediately slammed the door, walked out of the building with the maintenance guy behind me, and we slowly figured out a plan of action. Then within the hour, the cops were on the scene, closely followed by the fire department and eventually the county coroner. Apparently the guy died from some sort of natural causes probably 3 to 4 weeks earlier, and by that time, the temperature was regularly in the 90s outside, so in an apartment with no AC, it was cooking this guy at about 100 to 110 degrees. He was practically a puddle by the time we got to him. The cost to recover the apartment was close to $30,000. It was stripped down to the studs. Every thread of carpet, every appliance, every cabinet, every hunk of drywall, it all got torn out and replaced. That whole ordeal is how I found out that there are actually specialist cleaning companies who specialize in the cleaning of human remains, and I also learned that they don't come cheap. Even after that, there was always a faint odor in the apartment, and trying to get it filled again was an ordeal all unto itself. Back when I was in middle school, I used to hang around with a group of neighborhood kids around my own age. There were maybe half a dozen of us, and looking back on it, we fit some pretty standard friend group archetypes. We had our wise and cautious leader, a reckless daredevil, a mama's boy, an all-American sports kid, one boring, quiet kid, and the crazy one. We all got along well enough, even the crazy kid in spite of how annoying he could be. This is back when parents didn't so much involve themselves in what was going on in their kids' minds, and we just got told to go out and play, so I myself didn't realize that there was something wrong with the kid until years later. This kid's family were the most well-off in the neighborhood, which wasn't saying all that much, but they worked their butts off and basically paid no attention to their crazy kid. He told us they figured he was just smart and a free spirit, but with hindsight being what it is, his parents should have gotten him help before it all came to a head, so to speak. So as I was saying, they just figured the kid was smart, so they bought him all kinds of telescopes and science books and encyclopedias, all kinds of things he never used or cared for and would oftentimes trash in a fit of frustration. Then one day, I was exploring in the woods near my house with a couple of friends when suddenly we found ourselves on an unpaved road near the crazy kid's house. A contractor had been digging a foundation for a new house, and we often played in the pit and gravel piles. Down in the pit was the crazy kid, doing something we couldn't see until we got closer. Being boys, we needed no excuse to scramble down into a deep pit and explore, so skidding down the sides of the pit, we ran over to him. When we got to him, we noticed that he had what looked a lot like a chemistry set with him, and although I couldn't see exactly what it was he was doing right away, I did notice the huge, wild smile on his face. A big frog from the swamp had somehow fallen into the big pit, and this boy had captured it. Using pins from his biology kit, he had nailed it to the ground on its back through all 4 legs. The terrified frog was still alive when he cut it open with a scalpel. Then, I guess out of morbid curiosity, he poured a bottle of hydrochloric acid into the frog's open chest cavity. 4 decades later, and I still can't seem to shake what I saw and heard that day. He was laughing out loud as he held the bottle and scalpel, watching with glee as the subject squirmed in agony. I was so freaked out that I just ran. I caught a bunch of guff for it and got called a chicken later, but that's what I did. I just never seen that kind of stuff before, even if it was just a frog. I ran all the way back home, ran into the open garage, then climbed into the loft and just cried my eyes out. I could not get the sights and sounds out of my mind. I just couldn't for the life of me believe that anyone could be so cruel. Eventually, I fell asleep from exhaustion in some old, scratchy army blankets my dad kept in the loft, and then I awoke to what was the sound of my mother calling me for dinner. I still felt sick. I wasn't hungry, and I remember thinking that I would never be hungry again. I didn't feel like I could tell my parents what had happened. I didn't think they would punish me, but I knew that they would call the boy's parents, and then my life would just be torture from getting called a snitch as well as a chicken. I had to get up and push my food around the plate until my mom excused me from the table. That night, reliving the whole thing in my dark bedroom, I decided that I would never, ever hang out with that boy again. I never spoke of what happened with my other friends, but I know that they were affected. Maybe not as much as me, but they clearly were. They stopped hanging around with the crazy kid too, and he became even more isolated and frustrated, especially with his mother. His mother even came staggering around to our parents' places one night, asking why no one liked her boy. But she knew why no one liked him. It was the talk of the neighborhood for weeks. Years went by, and eventually he dropped out of school and disappeared into some private program for kids who needed special help. And we were glad to hear it, but too little too late, if you ask me. I'm actually 55 years old, and thinking about this experience that occurred to me more than 40 years ago still upsets me when I think about it, and I know that I'll probably have nightmares because I brought it up tonight. It was without a doubt the most disturbing thing I'd ever experienced. The Reverend Maurice Dometz was born in Blue Rapids, Kansas on June 24th of 1896. After graduating high school, Maurice briefly attended Hastings College up in Nebraska, but dropped out just months before his final examinations in favor of studying at Omaha's Presbyterian Theological Seminary. He then attained a master's degree in theology from the University of Denver before continuing his academic study at the city's Rockmont College. From 1923 to 1943, Maurice earned a living as the associate editor of the Christian monthly magazine, Grace and Truth, and it was during this period that he met his wife-to-be, Myrtle. They were married on June 1st of 1930, settled in Longmont, Colorado, and soon welcomed a daughter named Martha Ann into the world. Throughout his life, Maurice continued work as the editor of various Christian magazines, to which he often contributed, as well as serving as the Longmont Chamber of Commerce, the Denver Bible College Board of Trustees, and the Rockmont College Alumni Association. Maurice also had many passions in life, but perhaps the most eccentric of them all was his passion for what he referred to as his beloved rocks. It was an affectionate nickname, as in truth, Maurice possessed a fascination for rare minerals and gemstones. He was a keen member and avid contributor to the American Federation of Mineral Societies, while holding a senior position at the Flatirons Gem and Mineral Club. And throughout his life, he regularly engaged in one of his favorite hobbies, mineral hunting. Even in his advanced years, Maurice would enlist the help of a more mobile friend, then drive out into the woods to hunt for rare quartz or hematite. And that's exactly what he was doing on April 29th of 1981, when he and a man named David McSherry traveled to the Topaz Point picnic area near Devil's Head, Colorado. Topaz Point, named for the high quantities of the eponymous mineral present in the surrounding rock formations, is located in Colorado's Pike National Forest. Stretching west of Colorado Springs, the forest encompasses over 1 million acres and is spread out over several of the surrounding counties. Splitting the forest in two is a 45-mile-long unpaved tract named Rampart Range Road, which has magnificent views of Pikes Peak, the surrounding prairie, and the rugged Tarryall Mountains. The forest is popular with campers and mountain bikers and boasts Colorado's only functioning fire lookout tower, which sits atop of Devil's Head. On the day in question, Maurice was wearing a white baseball cap, a maroon plaid flannel shirt, and brown ankle-high work boots. Once they'd found a suitable parking spot, David helped the 84-year-old Maurice to reach their digging spot, a small sandy pit not far from the Rampart Range Road. He and David had spent a short while digging through the sandpit before Maurice suggested his much more mobile companion begin another trench around 50 to 60 yards away. A few hours went by with each man burrowing away at their respective dig sites. Then, around 3 p.m., David walked over to Maurice's trench to let him know that it was time to drive home. He agreed. Then, when David returned from his dig site after collecting his tools, Maurice was gone. Since the Reverend's own tools were nowhere to be seen, David assumed that he'd simply packed them away, then walked uphill to meet him at their car. There were no signs of a struggle at Maurice's dig site, meaning David had no reason to be alarmed. But when he too trudged up the hill and his car became visible at the crest, the Reverend Dometz was nowhere to be seen. David honked his horn a few times, hoping it would summon the elderly Reverend to their vehicle, yet he remained out of sight and failed to respond to any of David's cries. David then walked in circles around the place that they were parked, hoping his elderly companion might be taking a pre-ride pee against a tree trunk, but became increasingly panicked when Maurice was nowhere to be found. It wasn't so much the man's absence which frightened David. Despite his age, Maurice was a fit and capable individual, and wasn't imperiled by simply being outdoors. What frightened him was that Maurice had seemed to suddenly and quite inexplicably disappear. And by 11 p.m. that night, the Douglas County Sheriff's Department had its dedicated search and rescue team on the scene, who conducted preliminary oversight searches before daylight could aid their primary effort. In total, just shy of 100 people descended on the area surrounding Topaz Point to lend a hand in the search. Human chains made up of volunteers walked slowly through the trees, eyes glued to the earth, while teams of dedicated tracker dogs ran roughshod through the hills, trying in vain to locate any kind of scent trail. Many involved expressed incredible frustration at their inability to locate any trace of their missing person. At the very minimum, the tracker dogs should have at least given them an idea of which direction Maurice went, yet they only ever seemed to alert at the trench that he'd been digging at. It was almost as if he and his digging equipment had simply vanished into thin air. Despite their failure to achieve any meaningful progress, the search continued for around 2 to 3 weeks before it was finally discontinued. Maurice's wife, Myrtle Dometz, expressed tearful indignation at the decision and accused the Colorado governor of abandoning her husband. In an open letter, she publicly begged him for help and insisted the case was much more sinister than that of a regular missing person. Many believed Myrtle's claims were nothing but manifestations of her inconsolable grief, but others volunteer searchers included, voiced their agreement. Many claim that in their experience, Maurice's disappearance had to involve some kind of foul play. The fact that the tracker dogs were unable to pick up his scent suggested that Maurice had been transported out of the area by vehicle, and quite possibly against his will. Nothing else could explain why the tracker dogs couldn't find a trail. Nothing natural, anyway. Finally, in the year 1990, the Reverend Maurice Domitz was officially declared deceased in absentia by a Colorado Supreme Court judge after being missing for a total of 9 years. Relatives petitioned the judge to have Maurice's death declared unlawful, which would have in turn forced police to reopen the investigation into his disappearance. But since there were no signs of any struggle at the Topaz Point dig sites, and since there had been no blood or cries or help suggesting some kind of attack of abduction, the judge refused the family's request and refused a verdict of unlawful death in favor of one by misadventure. Since then, a number of prevailing theories have emerged, each of which attempt to explain Maurice Domitz's sudden and rather chilling disappearance. The first, and perhaps the most feasible, is that Maurice suffered severe complications due to the blood disorder he'd been suffering from for many years. Others say he could have quite possibly taken his own life, having considered it a less painful, less drawn-out alternative to dying in a hospice bed. It would have been just like Maurice, they say affectionately, to want to spend his final day digging for those beloved rocks of his, rather than face a time when he'd be unable to do so. Yet to the contrary, Domitz was a lifelong man of God, who tried to weave the Bible's teachings into every one of his conscious acts. Therefore, it seems highly unlikely that he'd opt to take his own life over a natural, God-given end to his life. On the more ridiculous end of the theory scale, some have suggested that David McSherry murdered his friend Maurice in order to secure a huge stash of topaz for himself. But the man has been questioned extensively and has never once been considered a legitimate suspect. And so, what else might explain a man's sudden and rather chilling disappearance? Did David McSherry murder his elderly companion out of malice, or did he assist in the voluntary end of a sick man's life? Or perhaps something far more sinister, but far less explainable, is to blame.
There used to be a time when I used to visit bars quite often within a week, but it has been a long time since then. Now I'm too busy with my work as a lawyer that I hardly get any time for myself, let alone partying in a bar. Currently, I'm occupied with a sensitive case that I'm set to solve by any means necessary. Still, whenever I pass by any alley where there are lots of bars or clubs and see those homeless people selling things, I'm reminded of all those nights when I used to go see her before that incident took place a few months ago. The first time I saw her was the night when I was visiting X nightclub. It was one of the usual spots for our friends to hang out together. Her clothes looked shabby, and her hair was in a mess, but despite all those negative things, she still looked more gorgeous than any woman I had seen. She must be around in her late 30s, but even her sylph-like figure could not hide her beauty. Her complexion was amazing. She had the longest eyelashes, prettiest eyes, and the best cheekbone. All the features that I couldn't help but admire, even as a woman. She was selling stone-like jewelry, which quite few to be able to make any profit for the day, but still, I had the sudden urge to buy whatever she was selling, since I couldn't withstand watching her in this condition. Those of you who are thinking why a girl like me was thinking of such things, well, first thing, I guess it was the sympathy, which is a common human nature among us, and second, she somehow reminded me of my dead elder sister. I walked to her and asked the price of them, and surprisingly, she was selling them at a rather cheap price despite such fine handcrafting. No, seriously, if you were to buy such stone handmade jewelry online or in a store, they would cost 10 times more than what she was offering, or maybe more. Looking at how she had just a few of them, I bought all of them, and the slightly happy expression on her face was enough to make my heart feel a bit at peace. The next day I saw her again with a few other ornaments, so I went closer and started asking her about them. As time passed, I somehow became a regular customer, and the two of us started to exchange more than a few friendly words. Her companionship started to feel more assuring and delightful than the friends in that club who were here to seduce men more than to have fun with me. There was a time when I only went to that nightclub so I could commune with her. Over time, I got to know a few things about her life. She was married to a guy to her family's wishes, but wherever she talked about her marriage, I couldn't help but notice her sorrowful tone. And even though she never said this on her own, I figured she wasn't quite happy with her husband. Her barely visible bump suggested that she was expecting, and that might be the reason she was trying to gather a few bucks by selling homemade trinkets. This made me come to another conclusion. Either she was divorced to her husband, or her life partner didn't earn enough to save for the baby, causing her to go on her own even in this condition. One day when I came out of the bar at the same time when she used to arrive to sell her embellishments, I found her waiting outside with nothing in her hands. Out of worry, I rushed to her and started asking what's wrong, but instead of telling me the cause of her worries, she looked at me with her shiny eyes, and her lips formed into a crestfallen smile. I stood there frozen as she maneuvered a small pendant with a black gemstone around my neck and handed a piece of paper in my hand. For some reason, her actions felt heart-wrenching, and a small droplet of tear made its way down my cheek, which she wiped with her thumb before saying, "If you're free sometime, do pay me a visit." And then she walked away. I felt like I was losing my sister all over again as I watched her back disappear bit by bit. The next day, I didn't see her in that alley, so I impatiently waited for a little more than an hour, hoping for her to arrive. But she didn't. Not that day, and not any other day after that. There was so much that I couldn't get to say to her that I wanted to, and now it felt like I would never be able to. I continued waiting for her outside that alley for a few more days before I remembered the address she gave me written on that piece of paper. Deciding that I would visit her and make sure to bring her home with me just in case she was having a hard time with her husband, I headed toward her supposed residence. But when I got there, what I saw was not a habited house or an apartment. Instead, it was an abandoned building. I hesitantly walked in only to get hit by a nasty stench. Covering my nose, I started walking toward the source. And once I got there, my heart jumped to my throat as I let out a sorrowful scream. Her guts were shattered around her lifeless body as she was crushed under a huge rock, which didn't seem like it was fallen from there. Instead, it looked as if someone purposefully smashed her head with it. My leg gave up as I wailed like a howling dog in front of her rotting corpse. I couldn't understand. She was perfectly alive the last time I saw her. What went wrong, and who did it to her? My eyes went between her bleeding legs, making my heart feel as if I was going to burst any moment with this terrifying yet despairing scene. I took out my phone and dialed 911 with my trembling hands and wavering thoughts. The cops reached within 20 minutes at the address I provided them and started asking me questions. I told them about everything from the first time I saw her to how I came to find her. After they took charge of the crime scene, they asked me to go home, and they will call me if they were to need my assistance. For the next few days, I couldn't eat, sleep, or focus properly. I stopped going to nightclubs and continued staying at home since I was mentally and emotionally a mess. There was only resentment and unending hatred left in my heart for the bastard who did this to her. I couldn't blame anyone when my real sister died of coronavirus, but this time, when I finally found my sister in her presence, someone purposefully stole her away from me. Who would do so cruel to do that to her and her unborn child? The investigation had started, and the police disclosed her husband's strange disappearance after her death. After a few days, the autopsy results were out, but something didn't add up. According to the results, she died on Friday night, but that was impossible since I met her the next Saturday evening. I touched the stone that she gave me and something hit me, sending a shiver down my spine. Is that why the address she gave me was of that place? Was she already dead and wanted me to discover her body? I immediately took out the pendant and started looking at it carefully, trying to understand if it was a clue to find out who killed her. As I was pinpointing all of my memories with her, I remembered I had seen this necklace more often than I thought. She used to wear it all the time. That meant this might contain the fingerprints of that killer, and luckily, I didn't touch the stone that much, so it was possible that it hadn't faded away just yet. I practically ran to the police station after giving a call to the officer who was in charge of her case. After telling them that I had found this necklace outside the nightclub, I submitted it as evidence. They sent it immediately to the forensic lab for testing, and just as I thought, it did contain another set of fingerprints that were older than mine. It was her husband, Javier. My hunch was right when I found out he was missing and was the suspect list. He murdered his wife and child. There was no way I was going to let him off easy. I was prepared to go to the end. I filed a separate report against him and hired a bunch of private investigators to find him at any cost. That bastard had taken out a life insurance policy in her name and was thinking of getting that money, so there was no way he was not going to make a move on that. And even if he didn't, even if the search for him was to go in vain, I am set to find that son of a bitch and drag him into the hell where he deserves to be. I have a clue in my hand that suggests that the piece of shit was hiding somewhere in Las Vegas. That filth has no clue what's coming his way. Just wait till I get my hands on him. I started my career at Walmart from cleaning the aisles and arranging stock, and then slowly moved my way up to becoming the manager at the Walmart. I was told that I will be managing the new Walmart at a local town in Arkansas. I was pretty excited about the job, and I wasn't aware of the locality or the city people, but it was a massive pay hike for me, and even more, the company was providing me good insurance and housing facility, so I wasn't the one to pass on such wonderful opportunity. I was aiming for the corporate office to be the next thing for me. I knew in order to move ahead, the corporate office is going to be the next big thing for me. The new job was pretty easy for me because I was managing the place, and instead of taking orders, I was giving them. The house was pretty big, and I was quite sure that it is going to be an easy run for me. My day-to-day job was managing the employees, and at the end of the day, I was to check in the registers and gather the team up to discuss things about the accounts and plan things out for the next. So by the end of the night, I was the last one to leave the building. Good thing that the company gave me a car, because there was no such thing as public transportation in that place. Even though the town wasn't very big, traveling from one place to another could get very strenuous because of the place being dark and covered with mostly forests. So a car was much help. And since I was the one to close the place at night, I was the last to leave the building. First few months, I never really noticed anything strange about the place. But then one day, it all started to come in right in front of me. I started noticing details that I wouldn't rather do. There was this weird freakiness in the parking lot of the Walmart. It started when I was late one night for the closing of it, and there was a figure right around the corner where the parking ends. I looked at it and said, "Sir, the store times are over. Please move away from the spot." And as I yelled it across the other side of the parking lot, the voice replied, "All right, I'll be out of your hair in a bit." And I didn't really make much of it, and I left. I came back the next morning knowing that there was a man there lurking in the corner. I decided to go check the corner out to see if anything is out of the ordinary, and there was nothing, so I figured the guy must have left or something. The day went by smooth. There were no problems. The day went on without any issue. And then, as the night came in, we discussed the plan matched the sales, and I was the last as usual to close in the door and lock in the facilities. And as I walked downstairs, I saw that the same figure was yet again lurking in the shadow, and yet again I said, "Sir, the store times are over. Please move away from the spot." And as I yelled it across the other side of the parking lot one more time, the voice yelled yet again, replied the very same thing as yesterday. "All right, I'll be out of your hair in a bit." It was all very weird, but I think I was still not bothered by it a lot. It kept happening almost every day now. I would open up and nothing. During the day, nothing. And as the time got by and the evening set in, I waited for everybody to leave. And as I closed the door and decided to move on to my car, I once again saw the figure hanging out by the parking lot. And then it wasn't just one person anymore, it was two of them. I was becoming a bit of a habit for them, so I decided to change it and walk over towards them to make them stop lurking around in shadows in the corner. It is not very legal, and they can be held liable for the things they do in that corner, which was the property of Walmart. I approached them, and as I kept moving, the figures were getting dull and hazy, until I reached the very place where they were, and then they disappeared right in front of my eyes like they were never there. The thing that just got weirder, and then I moved back to the car and they were back. I was puzzled, and from across I said, "Guys, don't fool around too much." And the voice came back and it said, "Don't worry, Stuart, we'll move." I left at first. I thought I was being played and I realized they knew my name, so I figured maybe it is somebody from the office. So I decided to confront them in the store the next morning. I called in the meeting and asked them about whoever hangs around the spot after the Walmart is closed, and everybody said they don't hang around after the work. I asked Juan to check in the cameras and said that no one had been in that spot for weeks other than me just last night. I was puzzled by it all. Being in a new city and knowing nothing, I decided to ignore it and not dwell in the matter for long. I wanted to make sure that I am not the only one seeing this, and this time I decided that Juan will close down the store with me, and I agreed to drop him off at his house, which was 6 miles away from home. We went back, and there it was, the two shadows standing right in front of us. I looked at Juan, and Juan looked right back at me. I asked him if he is seeing the same thing that I am seeing, and he agreed and remembered whatever God he believed in. He looked at me with a chill and said, "That could be shadows, sir. Anybody's shadows. Let us just leave before it harms us." I told him to calm down, and we got in the car and started driving away. Then suddenly a large thud was heard over the roof of my car, and I thought maybe something fell over us. I got out. There was nothing. I sat back in and saw the shadows were running towards us, and as I got in, one freaked out and jammed his leg right into the driver's seat and jammed it out with full power on the accelerator. And I remember I wasn't even settled and I was just half in when he did that. The car went blazing into the wall, and last thing we would remember was trying to get out of the wrecked car. I got out of the car, and then I saw that I was in the exact position I was where the shadows were. I was bleeding all over, and Juan had his neck broken. And then we looked into the distance. There was a shadow, again across the parking. And then it struck me. I was the shadow. It was me, the shadow was me, leading to my death. I realized it was death when even after the car wreck, nothing happened to us, and there was no pain that we felt. Because no matter we tried, we were just stuck in the loop of the circumstances that led me to death. I was the shadow of my own death.
This is a story about a 40-ish-year-old man who cyber-stalked and physically stalked a young 18-year-old girl he'd met at church. Further investigation by the girl and her family showed that he had a history of going to different churches and targeting minors, using God as a reason as to why they belonged together. They were unable to get a restraining order because legally there were no grounds for one, since he hadn't threatened the girl or tried to physically harm her. Many of the fellow churchgoers accused the girl of dressing provocatively, ultimately leading him on, and was just trying to scam money from the church in a lawsuit, all of which is completely false. Now, the first thing you should know is that I was blessed or cursed, depending on how you look at it, with young-looking genes. Everyone always thinks I'm younger than what I am, and this bizarre event happened a few months after I turned 18. Bear in mind that I looked like I was 16. I lived in a large, very diverse city. I'm Latina. It matters later on. And I grew up going to a church that belonged to a larger organization. I'd been going to this church since I was born, so I knew most of the congregation. There were very few people that I didn't know. But there was one man, let's call him Nate, that always made me feel really uneasy and sick. Now the church has a routine of creating a line after service, so we could all greet each other. I hated this part of the church visit, and having to greet him, and I told my mum how I had a bad feeling about him, but she said it was all in my head. Fast forward to a few months later, when I was sitting in the dining area with my friend's boyfriend. We were just chatting and joking around, waiting for my friend, and Nate was sitting about 2 tables away from us. There was no one else, just us 3, and he was just sitting there staring at us. I briefly mentioned to my friend's boyfriend about how Nate always made me feel uneasy. I was getting really irritated now too, because I could feel him staring right at me. So I went to the restroom. When I came back, Nate was sitting across from my friend's boyfriend and was talking to him. It was a little odd, but as I approached, so did a group of our friends. Now there was about 8 of us, ranging from the ages of 16 to 22. We all grew up together and met in youth group, and we were all sitting with a man in his late 40s. He sat in complete silence and was just staring at me every now and then. Then about 5 minutes later, my friend's boyfriend said, "We have a youth meeting that we need to get to." So we all got up and left Nate sitting alone. When we got to the meeting place, which was in another part of the building, my friend's boyfriend pulled her and myself apart and said, "Maybe I'm biased because of what you told me, but when you left to use the restroom, he came over and started asking about you. He even asked if I was your boyfriend. He looked a little mad, but seemed to lighten up when I said I wasn't." The crazy part is that at that moment my friend told us that when Nate had first started coming to our church, he'd messaged her on Facebook and kept sending her messages, telling her he was lonely and just wanted to be friends, which is coincidentally when she started dating her boyfriend. So she changed her relationship status and the messages stopped. At the time, I was taking a social media hiatus because my ex hadn't handled our breakup well and was harassing me on social media. After my friend had told me about the messages that Nate had sent her, I decided to log into my Facebook. And lo and behold, there were hundreds from him to me. He actually didn't use his real name on his account, which should have been a red flag. The messages would start nice enough, about just being friends, but would then get verbally aggressive because I was ignoring him, or because he'd seen me talking to my guy friends at church. I made the mistake of just blocking him and deleting the message thread. Big mistake. Always keep the evidence. I brought it up to my parents, and they again just blew me off. Said it was just a culture thing because Nate was from El Salvador, and apparently it's common to be overly affectionate with strangers in most Latin American countries. However, a few weeks later, my parents did a 180. When Nate first started coming to church, he sat all the way in the front row, and me being a teenager sat all the way in the back with my friends. But slowly over the last few months, Nate would start sitting one bench further back, until finally he was sitting on the same bench as my friends and I. I don't know about you, but in my church women have to wear skirts and dresses during service. When we go to church Saturdays, there's a morning and afternoon service, and in between they have mini-services and workshops for different age groups and genders. Well, this particular Saturday, I wore a knee-length dress and had a couple of friends sit between Nate and I. I was just whispering with my friends during the afternoon service, and normally when it ends, everyone kind of hangs out to socialize. And during this time period, my dad, who worked the night shift at a hospital, would have to leave before the afternoon service ended. But my mum would still like to socialize afterwards. But this Saturday, my mum basically herded our family to the car ASAP. My friend, who had received the messages too, was actually sleeping over that night, and my dad had asked us to buy a couple of pizzas and meet him in the cafeteria of the hospital, which wasn't too far from church, and it was empty because we got there at 8:30. So we all ate together, talked and joked around, until my dad asked my grandmother to take my younger brothers outside to play with the giant chessboard, which was just outside the cafeteria. Once they'd left, my dad apologized to me for never believing me about Nate. I was completely surprised, because I had no idea what he was talking about. He went on to tell me that my mum happened to look back, because my parents sat in the bench in front of us, and saw the way that Nate had been looking at me in a hungry way during the morning service. She asked my dad to speak to him during break time, and my dad has never wanted to go into much detail about what was said, except to tell me the following. My wife and I have some concern over your interest in our daughter. Let me stop you there, Nate said. Your daughter and I are in a beautiful commuted relationship, and it's God's will for us to be together. You shouldn't try to stop God's will. My dad, in shock, replied, What is wrong with you? She's still just a kid. If you were really looking for an actual relationship, you would be pursuing one of the older single women in this church. You're sick. Hearing my dad confirm what I'd suspected all along, and validating my gut feeling, made me break down in tears. The whole situation frightened me, because I knew he wasn't just trying to sit on my bench. He was working his way to me, to sit next to me, to talk to me, and worse, to touch me. My dad proceeded to tell me that he'd spoken with the group of pastors at our church about what Nate had been doing, and he said that one of the pastors yelled out, Are we seriously going to let him do this again? It turned out that I hadn't been the first. My friend wasn't the first. There had been someone else. I didn't know who, but I was set on finding out more. I called around and let people know from the other churches in our organisation to keep an eye out in case he had tried to have inappropriate social media or in-person encounters with any other minors. My investigating paid off. I found 3 other girls who were 13, 15 and 16, and they were all from different churches, and one was from mine. They all told the same story, about how he tried social media contact and eventually tried in person. The 13-year-old has an older sister, who handled him, and a few weeks later he moved on to another church. The 16-year-old went to a church that was pretty much made up of literally her entire extended family. Almost everyone was related. And apparently a couple of her older cousins caught him doing or saying something incredibly inappropriate to her, at church of all places, and it's unclear if they'd threatened violence or actually just beaten him up. I do know that the police were involved though, but only because of the cousin's involvement, not what was happening with the minor. Now this brings me back to the 15-year-old girl that went to church with me. He'd done his whole routine with her, but it got to the point that he'd actually gotten her number and was texting and calling her at all hours. Her brother stepped in and asked him to stop, and apologized if his sister had led him on. WTF? He genuinely blamed his sister for what happened. I remember being filled with so much rage over that. It turned out that Nate was being prepared to be a pastor at my church, and even though my dad had complained about his behavior, they were still going to go ahead with it. I told my dad after I'd stopped crying that I wanted to talk to a lawyer. Well, my dad had a friend that was an immigration lawyer, and she offered to help connect us with someone that could help. The lawyer said that because he'd never actually threatened me or tried to physically hurt me, I didn't have any grounds for a restraining order. I don't know if that's in all states or just in Texas. My dad informed the pastors prior to our meeting with the lawyer that we were seeking legal counsel to see what my options were for dealing with Nate, which thus unfortunately led to the spread of false corrupted information, because by the next Saturday, everyone, who wasn't directly from my family, believed that I was trying to sue the church, and these were mostly people that I'd known my whole life, people that I loved. They called me a gold digger, said it was my fault for dressing provocatively, and that I probably led him on. Keep in mind that I didn't wear V-necks, made sure my dresses were at least knee-length, and if my shoulders were exposed, I wore a cardigan, unless it was very hot out. It broke my heart, especially because one of my favourite uncles, the only one that also goes to church, actually sided with them. To this day, I only politely greet him, and I don't hate him, but my love for him is gone. This decision for him to not have my back affected his relationship with everyone in our family, including his own kids. I took a few weeks off and stopped going to church, and Nate stopped showing up at church too. He stopped trying to message me from his fake accounts and just disappeared. Things actually got so hostile that the president of the church organization administration had to step in and hold a hearing for everyone's complaints. It was decided that it would be best if my dad stopped attending church because he was a troublemaker, even though all he was doing was standing up for me, asking for respect and accountability. It was announced a week later that my dad would no longer be welcomed at that church. My dad took a few moments to say goodbye in front of everyone and said that we talked as a family and none of us would be coming back. He said he was choosing to leave, remembering all the good time and the life lessons he'd learnt in his 20 years of attending that church. He asked them to learn from their mistakes and be better. Everyone started crying, including all the people that called us gold diggers and called me a slut to my face. I remember this one older lady that was BFFs with my grandma, who said that she and her husband really loved me, but I had stopped loving them, and that's why our relationship was so strained. No, lady, it's the fact that you call me a slut even though you were one of the people that used to change my diaper. I still get so angry when I think about everything that happened and how it all escalated. I also get mad at myself and the system, because I know Nate is still out there. And even though he'd lost interest in me, it doesn't change the fact that he will always be targeting underage girls. Sometimes I can't help but worry, because I know eventually that talking and looking won't be enough for him. He's the reason I signed up for self-defense classes, attend kickboxing classes religiously, carry pepper spray and taser, got a license to carry, and why my dad secured our home like Fort Knox. He's the reason why my mum and grandma each take turns, double-checking all the windows and doors are locked before going to bed. I know monsters are real. He's the reason why I stopped going to church. Because until he happened, church was my sanctuary, where I felt safest. But he took that from me. Always trust in your gut, even when you're told it's all in your head.
That day, I was working on research about an important topic and I needed to conduct field work to collect some specimens underwater. I also needed to gather data on a strange-looking fossil we found underwater a few days ago. Furthermore, I wanted to check if there were more evidence connected to it. There was a huge possibility that it could be a new species if I could only find proof, so diving under the sea was imperative. My team included 5 other marine biologists other than me, so it would be okay to leave the observation of other organisms to study their behaviors and interactions. If you're thinking we only focus on one project at a time and leave all the others while doing it, then you're wrong. There might be some who may prefer focusing on only one task at a time, but not all of us. So while I handled one of the topics that I was sure would be able to maneuver on my own, still, I asked Christian to come with me in case I needed some backup. Looking at how the lab wasn't far from the sea, it didn't take much time for us to drive there. Once we were there, we switched into our diving gear, and after checking that everything was in order, we plunged into the water and started moving forward. Even though I was leading this research, Christian had a pretty good insight about it, and that was the very reason why I chose him to be there with me. Well, there was another reason behind that. I had a teeny tiny crush on him and was hoping for things to escalate a bit further than work. Since I'm a big workaholic, I didn't when things started to get darker. I hint that the day has fallen and the duskiness of the night started to replace it, but I was too busy collecting the specimen that I didn't even care, and as I was scanning the area of my eyes went to an exceptionally old-looking ship. By the looks of it, it was untouched, which was weird looking at how our divers come here so often and still hadn't reported sightings of it. To put my curious mind at ease, I went ahead to traverse the ship and started exploring. Before I was about to dive deeper, I informed Christian that I would be exploring further for a bit longer, and that if he wanted to take off with the samples, he could, since it was getting late. I know most of you might know this, but for those who don't, we use hand signals while diving. For marine biologists like me and Christian, who are experts in diving and looking at how we need to be underwater almost every week, we have learned complete sign language and can easily commune with each other. Anyway, so as I was looking around the broken old ship, I could sense a strange aura around it. Trust me, I've seen a few things underwater, but nothing had given off such an ominous vibe. I looked around the outer area at first, nothing much to see there, so I moved toward the engine room. And that moment, I opened 2 human skeletons were found there, which still gave me jump scares even after seeing so many of them. I mean, come on, who wouldn't freak out from 2 human skeletons found in an underwater ship at night? I didn't want to go further inside as the ship was already giving me a hair-raising feeling, but as I was about to leave, I noticed a room that seemed to be locked from the outside. My curiosity got the best of me yet again, so I went there, and the moment I put my left hand on the palm, it fell. Out of curiosity, I walked inside, only to see the most disturbing, nightmarish scene. At least 100 skeletons were inside, all of them wearing clothes that had almost melted away at this point. It looked like someone had locked all these people inside on purpose and left them to die. My heart started to beat uncontrollably, and I couldn't watch the macabre scene any longer. The eerie feeling that had surrounded this ship only grew stronger by the minute. I immediately went out of the room and started to swim upwards to get away from the horror, but as I was to exit the perimeter of the ship, a mysterious yet terrifying force stopped me from getting out. For some reason, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get out of there. It was as if there was an invisible wall surrounding the ship. I could see Christian waiting for me at a distance, looking worried, but he wasn't looking in my direction. So I tried to use my transceiver to try and tell him that I was stuck there, but for some reason, probably something to do with the ghostly ship, it wasn't working. I tried swimming around it in an attempt to find a way to escape it, but it was no use. Whatever was blocking me had surrounded the ship from everywhere. As I continued with my struggle to get out of there and kept failing, my optimism started to fade. And just when I was about to lose all my hope, a weird hankering took over my mind, and I started to swing against the barrier. Finally, I was able to get through, and as I did, Christian's eyes met mine, and I could feel him taking a sigh of relief. He asked me through the hand signs where I was for this long, and I turned around to point toward the ship. It wasn't there. Mistaking my freeze for me not wanting to tell him, Christian grabbed my hand and started to swim toward the surface. But as we were proceeding, we felt a down current coming from the same direction where the ship was. It was almost as if whatever it was didn't want us to leave alive. Thank God that we weren't caught in it, because even though we knew techniques to get out of currents, I wasn't sure if we could escape from this one. Once we got out of the water, Christian turned to me and asked where I disappeared to in the middle of the dive. "What do you mean where? Didn't you see me go to that ship with your own eyes?" I asked, raising an eyebrow, even though I had a hunch about the reality. I just wanted to confirm it through him. A ship? There was no ship there. All I saw was you diving deeper before you disappeared and then reappeared after about an hour. Do you have any idea how worried I was? My ears gave out after listening to this. I could tell he was giving me more scolding. I just stood there looking at the sea with a shiver going down my entire body before I passed out. I woke up in the nursing room that was located right beside our lab, and I had a high fever for a few days before I came back to the lab for work again. No, I don't have a nightmare about that or any trauma with water. I'm working just fine since I wasn't harmed in that incident. But still, I was terrified about going diving alone, especially at night for a few days. I wondered for quite some time about what might have transpired at that ship. Was it intentionally sunk, as if there was obvious signs of a planned massacre to become haunted? I didn't have any answers in my mind though. The good thing about all this is that I have stopped being reckless and going off my own to explore the sea. Instead, whenever I'm on a project, I take my entire team with me to avoid any further confrontation with ghostly things. And by the way, nothing's happened between me and that little crush of mine yet. On the morning of October 19th, 1971, Cheryl Spiegel woke up a very excited young lady. It was her 10th birthday, and although she was headed to school that morning, her family had promised her cake and presents on her return home. Obviously, she was very excited. It was her day, her special day, so it was only natural that the birthday girl got a few extra minutes in bed, especially when her regular wake-up time was around 5:30 in the morning. If this meant that Cheryl didn't depart for the school bus with her brothers as she normally did. Instead, she left the house at around 6:25 a.m., headed out into the dark, foggy fall morning all alone. It was a walk that should have just taken a few minutes tops, but Cheryl never made it to school that day. In fact, the morning of Cheryl's birthday will be the last time anyone would see her alive in the mysteries surrounding her death, with puzzle professional and amateur detectives alike for years to come. Following her missing persons report being filed, local police officers conducted interviews with classmates, neighbors, and members of the Spiegel family itself, but not a single person could provide any useful information. The streets had been all but deserted when Sherwood appeared, when local newspaper began reporting sightings of Cheryl in the surrounding area. The police focused their investigation around the possibility of her running away from home, a dire mistake at a crucial time in the investigation, as it amounted to little more than wishful thinking. Because around 2 weeks later, a milk delivery driver was out on his usual morning rounds when he found he needed to take a leak. He pulled over to the side of an isolated country road when he noticed an odd grouping of rocks in the creek bed below him. It appeared as though they'd been deliberately stacked almost like a pyramid shape. The driver's curiosity got the better of him, and he headed down the slope to further investigate the odd formation. But when he did so, he noticed a small child-sized arm visible in one of the small crevices. The flesh was hideously discolored, with its owner obviously deceased, so the horrified delivery driver rushed to call 911. Shortly afterwards, emergency services arrived at the scene, collecting the corpse, which would soon be identified as the missing Cheryl Spiegel. The birthday girl had been stabbed a total of 26 times, with some of the stab wounds so deep that they ran through her completely. However, they didn't appear to have been the result of a knife. Rather, the wounds were small and puncture-like in nature, as if she had been stabbed with a needle-like instrument. She had also been stripped completely nude, but thankfully, there was little evidence of any kind of physical violation having occurred in a horrible twist of fate. It was her older brother's 11th birthday when her father was summoned to identify her body, forcing him to bear witness to the savage, frenzied manner in which she had been killed. Cheryl was buried 2 days after her body was found on November 6, 1971. Her family held a small ceremony for her at Highland Cemetery in Fort Mitchell, Kentucky, and the search for her killer continued with the ever-pervading question: did her birthday play any significance in her abduction, or was it simply a horrible coincidence? Homicide detectives surveyed the surrounding area but didn't find much of interest. The only pertinent location was a gas station, an ATM machine at a bank, and a McDonald's had stayed open until 5 a.m. Aside from those late-night businesses, there were no reasons to be in the area at such a time. But canvassing the area came up with 4 major persons of interest, all of which were spoken to by police. The first was a man who lived across the street from the Spiegel house. According to more than one witness statement, this man would sometimes sit on the porch or in his car and watch the children, not in a wholesome way either. People say that there was something to this man's stare, something chilling in the years following Cheryl's murder. His concerning behavior continued to make his neighbors uncomfortable, even if he was eventually cleared of suspicion. Although he refused to take a polygraph test, which was highly suspicious, it turned out that he had an airtight alibi, as he had been working as a day laborer for a company in nearby Cincinnati. The second person of interest was another of Cheryl's neighbors, a drug-addicted member of a local car theft ring. He had served prison time, had a history of violence. Some was known to be extremely volatile. His alibi for the morning of Cheryl's disappearance was flimsy at best, and he openly admitted to having seen her walk to the bus stop, making him the last person to see her alive. However, he was open to taking a polygraph test, and he actually passed it, despite several people in the street saying they were terrified of him. The third person of interest was obviously the person who claimed to have found the body, the milk delivery driver. This man lived several counties away from the milk company, but he would end his route each day on the road where Cheryl's body was discovered. This daily proximity to her and her family would have given him ample opportunity to plan a successful kidnapping. However, there was no other evidence of his guilt. The man passed a polygraph test and was said to be emotionally devastated by the accusation. Not long after, the police ruled him out. The fourth and final person of interest was a small business owner from the same town. This man was not initially on the police radar as being involved in Cheryl's murder, but several years after, he was charged with assaulting young girls, pleading guilty in a court of law. There was local talk about him bragging about having stabbed Cheryl and putting her in the creek, but the man flatly denied those rumors as hearsay. Police did interview him, and he agreed to take a polygraph test, which he passed beyond him supposedly bragging about the murder. There was no forensic evidence to ever tie him to the crime. It should be made clear that Cheryl's dad and stepmother were never considered suspects, and her biological mother was nowhere near Kentucky during the early 70s. However, a couple of interesting facts remain. Cheryl's father said he saw his daughter leave for the bus stop at 6:25 a.m., and no one else reported having seen Cheryl out on the street, which surely would have been busy with other kids and parents out and about that morning. What's more, after Cheryl's body was found, no headstone was ever purchased for her by her immediate family. And the speaker was left town entirely just 2 months later. Cheryl's brother later said that their father never talked about Cheryl or her murder ever again. Whether this was down to guilt or simply grief, it's impossible to know. So what really happened to little Cheryl Spiegel? Was it some kind of horrible accident? Or was foul play to blame? And what exactly made all those tiny pinprick wounds that punctured the length of the breadth of her tiny body? At best, some kind of vicious predatory killer with an unusual weapon cost them. But at worst, someone or something is still out there, and it's hunting children.
My name is Rachel. I'm 23 and I'm from Dublin in Ireland. The other day I was on my way home from work, and my route home takes me through a park that I walk through almost every single day. The path I was down cuts through the park diagonally, and there are metal benches at certain spots along the path. Then the other day, as I was walking through the park, there was a man sat on one of the benches. He looked like he was just minding his own business. Him being there didn't set off any alarm bells at all. I'm not stupid, and I've been in a handful of situations already where I'd seen a creepy fella hanging about and thought, nah, I think I'll take a cab home tonight. But in this case, I didn't get any of those vibes at all. I walked down the path and he didn't pay me any attention at first, but as I got within a few feet of him, I heard him say something that couldn't have been directed at anyone but me. I didn't hear exactly what he said, but I just ignored him at first. But then as I passed him, I saw him stand up from the bench out of the corner of my eye, and I realized he was following me. I took out my earbuds, then as I carried on walking with the man asking, "Hello?" in a really obnoxious way behind me, I set my phone to record a video and then tried my best to record him without him realizing as I carried on walking down the path. He kept asking me, "Hello? Are you deaf or something?" Until I had my phone recording and I said, "No, I'm not. I just don't want to talk to you." The fellow was easily in his 50s, and I realized that he was probably feeling brave on account of the half-emptied bottle of vodka that he was carrying with him. But as I actually talked to him, it was like talking to a child. I told him I didn't want to talk to him, and he asked me, "Why not?" I told him I just didn't, and that he shouldn't be following people he doesn't know through parks. He told me there was nothing wrong with walking with someone, and that he just wanted to be my friend. He carried on like that, being completely pig-headed and irritating, but he didn't escalate, so I just kept on walking until we were only a few feet away from the exit of the park, with the street I live on just on the other side. There's a set of those anti-cycle gates near the end, so I had to slow my pace a bit to walk through, and as I did, he asked me, "Well, can I have a hug then instead?" And I was like, "No, you bloody well cannot have a hug. Are you mental or something?" I know it probably wasn't the smartest move to antagonize the guy, but I was furious that he'd have the cheek to ask a stranger that in the first place. I was so outraged that I stopped as I was about halfway through the cycle gate, but I think that's exactly what he wanted. He reached out and grabbed hold of the arm of my coat. I tried to pull away from him, and he stepped forward closer to the gate and managed to get a grip of my arm. I remember looking around really fast to see if there was anyone I could call over for help, and when I didn't see anyone, all that anger I felt turned to total fear. I tried to tell him to get off of me, but my voice broke up as I felt a lump forming in my throat. I didn't think I'd get so scared so quickly, and I suppose feeling it hit me all at once was just a little too much. When I pulled my arm away as hard as I could, and I expected him to look angry or something, he didn't. He looked like he was having the time of his life. He had this big grin on his face, like he was loving every second of seeing me so frightened, and that only made me more and more afraid that he was going to do something further. I kept moving through the cycle gate after shouting at him to leave me alone. I didn't look back. I wasn't sure if he was following me or not, but all I could think to do was keep walking at a brisk pace and hope I ran into someone I could ask to help me. I turned the corner, and there was a man in his yard and half a football pitch down the street tending to his front garden. I just remember power walking towards him, hoping that I wasn't followed, and really wishing that I'd chosen some flatter shoes. He saw me before I got close, and I'm guessing he could see what a state I was in because he stopped and stared before asking if I was okay as I got closer. I looked behind me one last time and felt this wave of relief as I saw the man who had been following me was gone. I'd somehow managed to keep it together until that moment, but when I realized I was safe, the dam just burst, and I ended up bursting into tears as I asked the gardener man to call the Garda, which is what we call the police here, by the way. I saw the man again the other day when I was walking home. The Garda said they'd given him a talking to about approaching young women when it's unwelcome, but he was sat there in the exact same spot as last time, like he was just waiting for me to walk past again. I walk home a different route now. I'd rather be safe and get home later than risk walking past that bastard again. I just don't understand why men have to be like that.
This happened 24 years ago in July of 1996. I had finished my term of service for the Army. I was stationed at Fort Hood, Texas, and decided at midnight I would out-process and travel back to Wisconsin. All day I was so anxious to go that I had trouble sleeping. Finally, at 23:45, I got out of bed and went to sign out with the desk sergeant. Of course, knowing people wanted to sign out at midnight, he decided to do his rounds. You can't leave until you get your final sign-off with the sergeant and turn in your room key. So I waited, and finally, at 02:45, he returned. I turned my key in, got the sign-off, and at 03:30, I was on my way. At first, I was so full of adrenaline that I felt that I could drive for days. Unfortunately, that adrenaline didn't last long, and by the time I was getting through Dallas, I was nodding off. I decided just past Denton that I would pull over at the next rest stop and take a quick nap until the sun came up. I could barely keep my eyes open when I came up to a stop. I pulled over and got out of my car to get some air and throw something away and to get a look at my surroundings. There were only about 3 other cars and 2 semi-trucks there. It was a picnic stop and not a rest stop, so no restrooms. I threw my trash away and glanced at a poster of a few missing persons, but I really didn't pay any attention to it. I went back to my car, which was a basic Geo Metro. No radio, no power windows, no power locks. I cracked the windows and turned on the boombox I had for some tunes and laid down to get some sleep. I was only asleep maybe 5 or 10 minutes when I felt my car shake just slightly. I cracked an eye open and looked and didn't see anything, so I blew it off and went back to sleep. I then heard what sounded like my door handle being pulled and scratched on the door key. I then sat up quickly, but I didn't see anyone there. I looked at all the windows and didn't see anyone, so again I shrugged it off as me being tired and laid back down and turned up the radio. Being a Texas night in July, it was hot, but I was so tired I just laid back down. A few more minutes later, I heard the door handle again and car really shook. I sat up quickly and saw a man standing at the passenger's side looking in. Even though it was hot and humid, he was wearing a red sweatshirt with the hood up and I couldn't see his face. Being young and dumb and just out of the military, I yelled at him asking what the F do you want? He just stared at me like an idiot and I got out of the car. Mind you, I'm only 5'6", but I was livid. He just walked off towards the picnic tables like nothing happened. All the while, I'm yelling at him that if he came back, I'd take him out. I decided I would just drive on from there. I got back in and went on my way. Even though I was so upset, only about 10 miles down the road, I was super tired again. Luckily, about another 10 miles down I-35, there was another picnic stop. Not sure why North Texas doesn't have rest areas, but they don't. I pulled into the second picnic stop and backed into a spot just in case I needed to leave quickly. Not sure why, but there was only one other car there and no semi-trucks. I again locked the doors, cracked the windows, and turned on my boombox. I fell asleep right away, and about 30 minutes later I hear a loud thud on my driver's side window. I jumped up and looked around, and no one was there. I got out of the car, which was very stupid, but I had my macho military attitude going. But no one was around. I assumed it was my nerves from the other stop. I got back into my car, locked the doors again, and closed my eyes. This time I was too amped up to fall asleep, so I laid there with my eyes closed. I felt that someone was looking at me, and I opened my eyes and saw the guy standing there again with the red sweatshirt, hood up. I couldn't see his eyes, but I could see he was smiling at me. I popped up quick and tried to quickly open the door and bump him. Being a cheap Geo, since the doors were locked, it didn't open. He walked backwards, still staring at me. By the time I got out, he was about 30 feet away, facing me. It was fairly dark, but as I looked him over, he looked really skinny, but was about 6'2", maybe 6'3", but I still felt like I could take him with my military experience. He was wearing the red hooded sweatshirt, blue jeans, and green tennis shoes. For some reason, I thought the shoes looked odd. I could see something shine every now and then as he stood there staring at me, and I honestly believe it was a machete. I quickly reached into my back seat and grabbed my baseball bat and started yelling at him to come get some. I'm not really sure why I said that. He started walking towards me and I took a few steps towards him, not really thinking. As I got about 5 feet away from my car and he was now about 15 feet from me, a yellow van pulled up quick and parked just off to the side of the road. I finally realized what was happening, and I saw 2 guys also wearing hooded sweatshirts in the van. Before they could get out, I ran back to my car. I had left the keys in the ignition. Since I had backed in, I was able to cut it hard right and peeled my car out of there. I was so lucky. Being a manual car, I didn't stall the car because the other 2 guys were out of the van, and the first guy was just about at my car. I jumped back on the interstate and didn't stop until I was about 20 miles into Oklahoma. I stopped for gas and to use the restroom. In the restroom, I noticed that same flyer I barely glanced at the first picnic stop. It was basically a flyer with several missing persons on it and warning people not to stop for long periods of time at the rest areas. It described a possible suspect as possibly 6 foot, wearing blue jeans, green shoes, and a red hooded sweatshirt. I completely went white. Needless to say, since it was daylight, I drove the rest of the way to Wisconsin wide awake. Not sure why, but I never reported it to the number on the flyer or told anyone about it. But now I live in North Texas and pass those 2 picnic stops every day on my way to work, and I think about it quite often.
I cannot believe it. He's doing it again. It's the 5th day in a row. This is so irritating. I woke up as soon as I slept from the noises coming from the apartment above mine. My sleep schedule is getting distorted because of him. He seems to be a huge fan of Power Slap because he has been playing every single episode in a loop all night for the past few days. At first I was okay with this, but now it is just getting frustrating. You must be thinking, what is going on here, right? Then let's start from the beginning. It was 8 a.m. and I was getting ready for work when suddenly I heard the fire alarm. I opened my apartment door to find out what was going on, and I saw that everyone was running out with essentially stuff in their hands. That was when someone stopped by me and said, "Get out of this building. There is a huge fire on the 3rd floor and it's only getting bigger." I went inside and took my car keys, wallets, cards, laptop, and whatever I thought needed saving. After taking them hurriedly, I went out of my apartment and exited the building. I put things in my car and took them out as well. I was wishing that the fire did not spread to my apartment, because if that were to happen, I would be homeless. After a few minutes, it looked like the fire had spread to my floor as well. That was when I heard the sound of the fire department's vehicle. They told us that we could go to our work because it would take time to extinguish the fire from the building. I half-heartedly went to work and was wishing for my apartment to be okay. When I came back, I saw that my apartment was not in living condition. They told us to stay somewhere else for the time being till they fixed our apartments. I had nowhere else to go. I went through ads to find an apartment on an urgent basis, but I was so unlucky that I could not find any. After that, I went to stay the night at a hotel. I was having dinner at a nearby restaurant when I saw a flyer. It said, "Tenant needed for a 1-bedroom apartment urgently." The rent was also cheap, so I immediately called, even at the time, because I did not want to lose this to someone else. The owner told me to come the next morning. The next day I went to see the apartment, and it was just a small 1-room with a bath attached to it. It wasn't an ideal one, but I had no other choice, so I just signed the lease agreement for it. I had already told the owner about my condition, so the agreement was made according to that. When I was moving, I saw a man, big, huge built, but he must be in his 40s, going up the stairs. I figured he must be someone who lived here. The owner told me that not many people lived here in the building. There were only 2 other apartments occupied outside of mine, one on the 1st floor and another on the upper floor than mine. That night, as I was about to sleep, I heard noises coming from upstairs. Basically, it was the sound of someone watching the Power Slap reality television show. I thought it would stop after an episode or so, but it continued the entire night. Guess someone must be a huge fan of Power Slap. That's what I thought. Tried sleeping, but it was of no use because I could not sleep at all. The next day, I was feeling tired throughout the day and I could not focus on work. I thought I would complete my sleep tonight, but I was wrong, because as I was about to sleep, I heard the voice of the Power Slap's first episode starting louder than last night. I tossed and turned in frustration all night, thinking that it was okay and maybe I would be able to sleep the next night. But the same thing continued the next night, and the night after that. And it's not like I did not tell the building owner about it. I did. But he said that he does not interfere with the issues in the building, and we were supposed to deal with it on our own. So I decided to talk to him face to face. The next morning before going to work, I went to the floor and rang his doorbell, but there was no answer. I continued to ring the doorbell, but even after half an hour, there was no response. So I thought maybe he's not in his apartment. After that, I went to work and decided I would talk to the guy today, no matter what. After coming back from work, I directly went to his floor, and instead of ringing the doorbell, I started to bang on the door. But no response this time either. I went back to my apartment and was hoping that he would not play Power Slap tonight, but I was wrong again. I woke up from my sleep to the noises coming from upstairs, which were louder than ever. I stomped out of my apartment in frustration and went upstairs. No one opened, even after ringing the bell or banging the door, but I decided to talk to him no matter what because I did not sleep a wink for the past few days and I felt like I was getting mad. I looked around and saw the kitchen window open on the left side of the floor, so I decided to call him through that because apparently he was unable to hear all my voices coming from the television. But what I saw through that made me feel sick and terrified to my bones. The man was sitting on the couch eating a human leg while staring at the TV and watching Power Slap like a psycho. There was a man's body hanging near him without legs or hands. The blood was dripping on the floor from his body. I felt sick from the scene that I had witnessed. The man picked up the remote, turned on the volume, and picked up something that looked like a knife but was huge in comparison. I ran from there immediately to my apartment and locked the door from inside. I was too terrified to think of anything at the moment, so I just curled up in my bed the entire night. The next day, I packed my stuff from there and ran out of the apartment. I booked a hotel room and decided to stay there for the next few days. After that, I called the owner of the building, telling him about my moving out, whatever was happening on the upper floor. I don't know if he knew about it or not, but I decided to not get involved in this any further. Chicken move, right? I know. But I'm not one of them who has the guts to take action and face the criminal in any way possible. I have no idea how many days it's going to take for my apartment to get fixed, so I'll be staying in this hotel till then.
As a kid, I lived with my grandparents for a while. And let me tell you, my grandfather was not a friendly guy. He was a World War II vet who then enlisted in the Air Force after returning from the Pacific. He didn't even come home to visit his family for several years. The family lore goes that the war had messed him up in the head, or that he was injured badly, and that he needed time to heal back to himself before coming home. He may have healed, but he never returned back to himself. He was always saying things that the end of the world was right around the corner with all the recent wars in the Middle East, the gasoline rationing, Watergate, the Kennedys, etc., etc. He didn't trust anyone, and he was sure that the banks were going to fail, that the Russians were going to invade, that race riots were coming again. His theories changed literally every week. He always warned me that they would be trying to come and get our stuff someday soon, so we had to be ready. We had shelves of food, water generators, fuel, gold bars, buried firearms, and ammo. You know, the usual. I was 9 or 10 at the time, and this would have been around 1972 or 73. We were living in a small cabin on a ridge looking over the Maumee River in northeast Ohio for the summer. This was his weekend getaway primarily. There were very few neighbors for miles, and the ones that were nearby were mostly weekenders. The nearest small town was about 10 miles away, and the hospitals were even further away. If I recall, there was a 2-lane highway that's on the opposite side of the cabin with nice views of the river. That was pretty much a straight road with slow curves every 10 miles or so. About half a mile down the road, though, there was a crazy sharp curve that terminated in a small bridge over a creek. There were several accidents there every year, and some with fatal injuries. We could often hear the crashes. Sometimes, I would wander down there the next morning to look at the scene and stuff, and wonder if the drivers were doing okay. One warm summer night, we were awakened by a pounding on the front door. My room was right next to the door, and my grandfather was down the hallway a bit. I remember getting out of bed and having him hand me a shotgun. Well, he held a 1911 as he looked through the window to see who it was. I had never recalled anyone ever stopping by before, especially in the middle of the night. The cabin was elevated with a storm shelter underneath, so there were 4 steps leading up to the door. And we had one of those yellow old security lights in the yard, and things always look kind of hazy and weird at night because of them. I looked out the window next to him and saw a man and a woman on the lower step of the door. They must have knocked and then stepped back down to appear less threatening. It was a good call, because he opened the door a bit while openly displaying and keeping his pistol pointed at them. The woman exploded in a crying, blabbering, screaming wail all at once. She said that there was a terrible accident that had just happened down at the curve, and can we please call an ambulance? She said that there were other people who were seriously hurt, and they needed help and asked if we would come to help them too. Now, this man hated hippies more than anyone else, and these two might just have qualified. She had on ripped jeans, one of those suede leather fringed jackets, and the guy looked like he had a biker vest on. She did have what looked like blood in her hair and was not making much sense at all. What was really weird was the guy wasn't saying anything. He was just standing off the porch listening to her go off. I assumed that he was intimidated by the .45 pointed at him and didn't want to antagonize the old man with a crew cut holding it. My grandfather was sure that they were stoned and kept telling the girl to calm down, but she wouldn't, and they got into a screaming match between them, ending with him telling her to get the hell off of his property or he would shoot them both. We were both outside, watching them head back to the road, and I noticed the guy wasn't even wearing any shoes. As I didn't hear a crash, and they were so weird, I didn't know what to think. We went back inside, and my grandfather sat me down and explained his theory to me. They were making the story up. They were most likely drug addicts who were looking for some poor suckers to rob or maybe kill. Unfortunately, it was not that crazy of a theory, as, at the time, the Manson family murders had just happened less than 4 years ago. I recall the Manson story held my grandfather's interest for quite some time. I asked him, what about the blood in her hair? And he stated that it was fake, trying to gain our trust and entrance into our cabin. I thought we could just call the state police to be safe, but he wasn't fond of inviting cops into his world either. So, we just went back to bed. As soon as I woke up, I was still curious, but didn't want to walk down to the bridge on the curb this time. Later in the morning, several police cars and pickups began arriving and parking off to the side of the road down there. And I couldn't resist going down to check it out. My grandmother went with me, as my grandfather was still at work, and an ambulance was departing as we arrived at the location. When we soon saw the evidence of an accident the previous evening, there was a smashed guardrail, bits of metal glass, and a tree off the road with a deep gouge, and a bunch of bark missing. A mangled motorcycle was down in the ditch, and several people were searching around in the heavily wooded creek area. We overheard that there was at least one man dead, and his girlfriend was found a half-mile down the road in really bad shape, and was in critical condition after being found by a passing motorist. It was a single motorcycle that had lost control, as far as I understood. One woman was sobbing to one of the troopers, asking if they had found the boots yet. Turns out, her son was the motorcyclist who'd wrecked, and I guess the impact threw him out of the new boots that she said that he had just purchased. She also said that he didn't ever wear a helmet, and she wished that he would. The cop tried to console her and told her that he didn't suffer, as he was most assuredly killed instantly when he hit the tree. I tell you, I think my heart nearly jumped out of my chest. And I have never felt so cold in my life when I started connecting the dots. We walked back home without giving any of the people there any information. I don't remember even speaking to any of them, but I was in a daze. I was freaked out for days. I didn't want to connect the dots anymore, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. Who did that girl want us to help? I heard my grandparents discussing it only once later that night and coming up with a story to help them sleep at night. They decided that the guy wasn't killed in the crash, that he had somehow died later on, most likely from all the drugs that he and his girlfriend were hopped up on, and that the girl was just fine. We never mentioned it again, but we didn't spend as much time there at that vacation area anymore.
My name is Angela Parker. I'm a final year journalism student, and our class is supposed to go make a documentary film in the nearby jungle. The teacher divided us into 5 teams, and each one of us had to come up with an excellent and unique idea. We would be assigned marks based on the final version of our films. Each team was to explore different parts of the jungle and choose a topic for their film. 2 teachers for each team were also assigned for our teams, who were supposed to overlook our projects and for our safety. Jonathan, Carlos, Grace, Sammy, Martha, Kevin, Mr. Joan, and Mr. Andrew were on my team, and we were assigned the south area for our documentary film. We were supposed to spend 7 days here to collect the materials, and after we finished filming, another 2 days would be given to us for editing and finishing up the final versions of our documentaries. The topic we chose was the decreasing wildlife. It was about the animals who were dying and the number of wild animals decreasing by the cutting of forests by humans, and about the animals that are leaving their habitats. I know looking at the topic we had chosen, the time we were given was very less, but we were determined to win the top marks for this documentary. Anyway, our team set off for the destination a day prior, as others did as well. It was because reaching the forest would also take up a day of our time, and so we were granted permission to leave early. Everyone had brought whatever materials were needed for the documentary, and the trip included food, tents, water, and other things as well. We reached it after a long 9 hours of driving, which was exhausting in itself. As we entered the jungle, It felt unusually hot and dry in there. Maybe I felt it because of the sudden change in my surrounding and atmosphere. So we went ahead and set up tents to rest for a few hours before starting our work. "Don't you feel a weird, unusual stir among small animals?" Kevin said in a worried tone. "Where did you even spot small animals? Even I did not see one yet," Carlos asked in a sarcastic tone, which made the rest of them laugh, except for me, because Kevin was right. I saw on my way that the birds were acting strange. "I think we should head back," Sammy suggested. "And why would we do that?" Martha asked in a rude tone. I think Sammy is right. The weather and the way animals are reacting, something is wrong here. As I said that, the rest of them turned and looked at the teachers, hoping they would say something. The two teachers looked at us in confusion for a few moments, and then Mr. Andrew said, "No one is going anywhere, and we will be proceeding with the documentary film first thing in the morning." "Yes, kids, Mr. Andrew is right, so go on and eat your dinner and go to sleep, because from tomorrow, you might not get it," Mr. Jones added and walked to his tent. "Bullshit, let's just go, team," Jonathan, who was the leader of our team, said, walked away. I knew that he was also sensing the danger looking at the surrounding, but we had no other choice but to follow the order teachers gave us. After having dinner, we went to our tents and everyone prepared to sleep. That was when we heard Mr. Andrews scream, who went to pee 10 minutes ago. Everyone rushed in the direction of screams, only to find him get torn apart limb from limb by two tigers who seemed like they were fighting over him, thinking of him as food. We did not dare to go anywhere near them to try and save Mr. Andrew, so we ran to our tent. That is when we heard more tigers approaching us, so we changed our direction to the car and immediately got in and locked the doors. "Where's Martha?" I noticed her missing, so I asked worryingly. "I don't know, maybe she's in the other car." As Sammy said, a tiger jumped on the front of our car and started to attack it. It looked like he was set on destroying the car and taking us out. And then, two more tigers appeared. "At this rate, they're gonna break their way into the car." Carlos's voice was trembling while saying this. At the same moment, we heard Martha scream coming from the direction where our tents were. I suppose she was trying to hide there when we ran toward the car. "We gotta do something," I said in a weak voice. "What are we supposed to do? These tigers are surrounding us." It was Sammy, and she was right. We did not have a chance to think of saving anyone other than ourselves. The tigers stopped attacking the car, and they started to walk in circles around us. After half an hour or so, they stopped and sat near the car and kept looking in our direction. "Let's just start the car and get out of this place," Carlos whispered to us. "But none of us know how to drive a car, and even if we did, our stuff is back in our tents. We can't just leave without them," Sammy replied. "What is more important to you, your stuff or your life?" Carlos said in frustration. Carlos is right. "Sam, we gotta get out of here somehow." "But Carlos, Sam is also right. None of us know how to drive." I looked at him and said this in a concerned voice. "About that, I know how to drive. I just said I didn't because I did not want to drive for 10 hours all the way here," Carlos said while trying to hide his gaze from us. We all agreed to his plan, and then he started the car. From the voice of the engine starting, the tigers got up, and as they charged towards us, Carlos drove the car away from them. I turned my head to see if others were safe, and saw the other car also followed behind as tigers chased them as well. After about 15 or 20 minutes, they stopped chasing us, and we managed to get out of the jungle within an hour or so. When we were sure that we were out of danger, we stopped the car and waited for Jonathan's car. They were 10 minutes behind us, and the moment they caught up, we noticed that there were only 3 people in the car: Jonathan, Mr. Jones, and Grace. "Where's Kevin?" Sammy asked with a trembling voice when she did not see her boyfriend. "I'm sorry, Sam, but we couldn't risk our lives with Kevin," Mr. Jones said. Sammy broke down and started bawling her eyes out. while Grace explained that he tried to sneak to the tents when the tigers were calm, but they drove off, leaving him the moment they heard tigers getting up again. We drove back to the town, and no one spoke a word the entire way back. The only sounds were of the wind and the sniffling Sammy. After another 10 hours, and we entered the town border, Carlos dropped each one of us off to our houses and then left for his own. The next day in college, we were called to the director's office, who informed us that we were not the only ones who faced that situation. 2 students from another team had returned with similar news. A few days later, we got the news that a fire had broken out in the jungle, and fire departments were trying to put it out. I guess since the other animals went in hiding or ran away, the tigers must have been hungry, and that must be the reason they attacked us. What was even more surprising to me was that while we were trying to save our lives, Jonathan managed to record the entire attack and submitted the film for our documentary. I don't know why, but this made me feel sick and horrified, but changed the name of the topic to Predators. No, I want to go hiking, Derek insisted. Just shut up and pack your swimsuits, Gabriella responded in annoyance. But Mom, we will be going there by bus. Isn't it better to go on a hiking trip this year? He said while trying to convince her. You know why we do this every year, right? She looked at him and asked while hoping he would stop being unreasonable. Why should we do this? It's the dad who killed her. Derek mumbled in a frustrated tone, which Gabriella and me both heard. Derek, if you cannot go with us, then you won't go anywhere. Go to your room right now, she scolded while smacking him on his back, and he stomped upstairs in response. Don't be harsh on him, honey. I think I'll go there by myself this year, I said with a defeated tone, who was watching the entire time. No, you know we'll be together to support you, no matter what, right? She came closer and wrapped her arms around my neck while saying this. I nodded. Around 8 years ago, I used to live in an old house that my grandma left for me near the beach. The house was pretty old, and it needed regular maintenance, so I was doing just that. One day, I woke up in the middle of the night and I could not sleep after that, so I decided to take a walk and get some fresh air. I drank some water, grabbed my jacket, and went outside the house. As I was walking, I went near the beach. That was when I noticed a girl wearing a white dress was sitting on the opposite side of the beach. I could not see her face. All I could notice was her long black hair, along with the white dress that she was wearing. Water was washing off her feet and half of her body seemed wet. I thought, she may be depressed or something, and that must be the reason for her being here at this hour. So I did not think much of it at the time and went back to walking for a few minutes. The next day, I called my fiancée Gabriella and talked with her for hours. Gabriella and I were dating for almost 5 years now, and I had recently proposed to her. She was also pregnant with my child at the time, and I was in love with her more than ever. After talking to her for about an hour or so, I got ready for work and headed out. As I was passing through the beach, the scene from last night flashed through my mind. The same night I was drinking alone around midnight when I saw from the entrance that the same girl walked toward the same spot that she was sitting last night when she sat there. Maybe she just recently went through a breakup or something. That's what I thought then. As I was drinking, I stared at her, who was just sitting still, staring at the ocean for hours. But I soon got tired and started feeling sleepy, so I went to my bed. I continued my routine as always, and after waking up, I first texted Gabrielle good morning, took a shower after that, and got ready for work. I went down to the kitchen while dialing her number and started making eggs. "Morning, honey. What are you up to?" she said as soon as she answered the phone. "Missing my love in my arms," I said playfully, and she chuckled in response. After that, I talked to her while making and then eating breakfast. I told her about the girl in the white dress that I kept seeing for the last 2 days. "Be careful, she might be a lost spirit or something," she said in a serious tone, which made me pause for a few seconds, but then she burst into laughter. "You scared me," I said, taking a deep sigh of relief. "Don't worry, maybe she's going through something. Just don't pay much attention. And if you're curious, just ask her if anything is troubling the girl," she said in a chill tone. "No thanks, I don't want to approach a possible ghost," I said, and we both started to laugh. After that, I kept noticing for a few days her sitting there and staring at the ocean while the waves wash off at her feet, making her half-body wet in the process. From her appearance, she seemed in her early 20s, but I could never see her face. One day when I was talking to my fiance, she asked, "It's been almost a month, is she still doing that?" I told her that she was, so she said that maybe the girl needed help and suggested I offer help. I was thinking the same for the past couple of days, so I agreed. Later that night when I saw the girl sitting there, I walked closer to her and stood behind her. I called out for her, but she did not respond. I walked a bit more closely and asked if everything was okay. She turned her head toward me. Her lips looked chapped, and there were huge dark circles under her eyes. It made me scared for a few seconds. Then I shook my head and asked again if she needed any help. She kept staring at me without saying anything. I thought it was a waste of time and turned to leave. That was when someone grabbed my legs all of a sudden and started pulling me into the water. I turned and saw that it was her. She had a completely blank expression on her face, as if she did not have any emotion at all, which scared me even more. At this point, I was sure that this was no human, but a ghost, because as she grabbed my legs, I could feel her long nails piercing into my skin. I kicked with all my might and tried to run, but she again grabbed me into the water. But I was so terrified that as a protective response, I strangled her and left her in the water. After that, I ran, panting in my house, and called Gabriella to tell her everything that happened. She asked me to calm down, saying if it's really a ghost, I did not kill an actual person. The next day, I saw many people and police officers gathered around near the beach. As I was panicking, someone rang the doorbell. I opened it hesitantly and saw that it was Gabriella at the door. I started crying, and she just held me while telling me that everything would be okay. I went ahead and confessed everything to the police officers about what happened that night. They told me that the girl's name was Sarah, and the reason she may have done that was that she had a mental condition along with severe trauma for men. Sarah was harassed and physically abused by her uncle and his sons from a very young age until she was rescued by a women's organization. But as a result, she developed a mental condition. I was sentenced to jail, but they released me early since what I did was due to self-defense. I was released from prison 2 years ago, and ever since then, I went to the beach every year to put flowers on the grave of the person I killed. "How about we go hiking next week?" I entered Derek's room and said. His face lit up, but then suddenly, he looked at me with an apologetic reaction. "Sorry, Dad, for saying rude things earlier." I smiled and hugged him. After that, we took our stuff and headed out. I kissed her while looking at her with extreme love in my eyes. As we were heading to the beach, I was thinking that I was thankful to Gabriella for waiting for me and always standing beside me. I come from a South Asian country where it's kind of unsafe for a girl to go out on solo adventures. That being said, there are some states which are relatively safe. 2019 had been a rough year for me, but by October I'd started feeling better and decided to take a solo trip for my birthday. I spoke to some friends and decided to head to the small village down south My brother helped convince my overprotective mother as he'd already been there. But to put her mind at ease, I decided to grab some pepper spray. Unfortunately, we couldn't find one, so I kept a bottle of deodorant and a knife handy. I decided to stay there for 5 days and booked a room at a guest house for only 2 days, thinking I would check out this guest house that my friend had suggested and hopefully spend the remainder of my stay there. To tell you a little more about this village, it's a hippie paradise if you know what I mean. Everyone is extremely friendly and warm, and they have tourists coming from all over the globe. Once I got to the run, I was a little paranoid because it seemed a little dingy. Forget about security systems, the latch on the door was barely functional. The first night was a bit unsettling, but nothing happened. The next day was my birthday, so I rented a bike and went out exploring the village. Sometime after lunch, I decided to check out the guest house that my friend had recommended, which was a little secluded, but extremely peaceful. As I reached there, I was greeted by the owner who showed me around this place. Had big cuts on one side and a small row of rooms on the opposite side. I decided to take the latter, as it was much cheaper, and I didn't plan on being in the room much anyway. We exchanged numbers and I told him I'd move in the next day. The next day, I got there and had lunch with the owner, and he told me about the history of the place and a bit about himself. I realized that he wasn't around when my friend had been there. I was trying to read him, see if I was getting creepy vibes from him, since I was going to be spending 2 nights there, but I didn't see any red flags in particular. After lunch, I went to a restaurant that was right behind the guest house. I met some of the locals whom I was already acquainted with. Along with them, there were 2 new guys, one of whom was from the city. The 3 of us instantly clicked and started hanging out. Once it got dark, we came back to my guest house to chill. When the older told us that he was planning a bonfire with some of his guests/friends who were sitting at another table. An hour passed, we played cards, and the guys didn't seem like they were much in the mood for bonfire and left shortly after. So the owner had already set things up. We decided to spend some time by the fire with them. We were all sitting and chatting until midnight, when the other 2 boys decided to take off as they weren't staying there. I told the owner that I headed back to my room too. He tried to convince me to stay out a bit longer, but I didn't want to be alone with him. My room door had 4 to 5 locks, but only 2 of them worked, so I locked them and realized that the windows facing each other did not have any panes, and the curtains were made of scraps of cloth, which meant that anyone could peek inside to see everything. So I went to the bathroom to change and clean up. As soon as I stepped out and started rummaging through my bag, I heard someone whisper my name twice. My heart skipped a beat and I froze for a few seconds. I decided to ignore it and quickly turned out all the lights. Before going to bed, I decided to keep the bin right in front of the door in case someone tried to open it. At least that would make noise. I took out my deodorant and knife and kept it right next to me on the pillow before laying in bed. I kept looking at both of the windows on the side to see if anyone was out there. About an hour and a half later, the metallic door started rattling violently, as if someone was trying to force it open. Instantly, I stood up and got a hold of the knife and deodorant. My mouth went dry and my heart started beating fast. I didn't know if I should scream because I only knew of one other girl who was staying in the opposite heart. After what felt like forever, the door stopped shaking and I collapsed onto the bed. I checked the windows to see if anyone was walking by, but no one did. I tried to think of what it could have been. Maybe it was the wind, but the curtains hadn't moved from one bit. It had to have been a person. I don't know when, but I passed out soon after. I wake up around 6 a.m. to see that it was almost bright outside. I closed my eyes and tried to go back to sleep. But when it started happening again, frantically, I shot up in bed, ready to attack. But once again, it stopped after a few minutes. I didn't even understand what was happening. Was it even real? I went closer to the door and got to look at the bin that I had kept by the door that had moved away from its original position. Yes, something had definitely happened. Not knowing what to do, I opted to go back to sleep. When I got out of the room later, I tried to read the owner's face, but it was just as hard to read as the day before. What worried me the most was that I had to spend another night in that room. I decided to not let that thought spoil the day, and went out with the 2 friends I'd made for a track, and then watched the sunset from the hilltop where all the locals gathered to play music in the evenings, including the owner. My new friends and I were somewhere else after that, and at around 10, I decided to head back to the guest house for dinner. As I was nearing the pool, I got a text from the owner asking me where I was. I didn't think much of it because it was late, and he was probably wondering if I was safe. I didn't reply as we were almost there. When we sat down on the futon, the owner said I was just about to text you, and showed me the message he typed on his phone. I was just thinking about you read the message. I'm not sure what that meant. So I looked at his face trying to read him and realized he was doing the same. I tried to act normal and told him where we were. We all met a couple of other people we smoked. At around 11, the guys decided to head to their guest house. At that point, I got up and told him I was going to my own room. He looked at the time and asked me why I was ending the night so early. I told him I was tired from all the walking and that I wanted to be up early. He didn't push any further because there were other people around. I went back to the room filled with anticipation and dread, but thankfully nothing happened that night. The next day I checked out, but my boss wasn't until 5 p.m. I didn't want to be left alone with the owner. So I met up with the guys leaving my luggage at the reception, which was also the eating area. When I came back, I picked up my bag, thanked him, and left. I still have no idea if it was the owner or the only helper that I'd seen around whoever it was trying to forcefully get through my door. Let's not meet.
I live in a place called Dark Hollow, about 20 minutes outside of Pittsburgh. It's a really nice neighborhood, really leafy and green with some really nice old houses, and I won't deny that I've been immensely privileged to have grown up there. But at the same time, there was a huge downside to living there too, and that came in the form of the Ward family. The Wards were an absolute nightmare to live near to, and they made pretty much every other family's lives unbearable at some point for a variety of different reasons. Individually, they were bad enough, but collectively, they were like a horror movie level of nightmarish. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if there was some budding horror filmmaker who writes or directs the next Hereditary and it all comes out that it was inspired by the Wards. The patriarch of the family was named Winston, or Win for short, but being one of Win's neighbors was nothing short of a serious loss. Now, for reference, I had most of my encounters with Win when I was a teenager, and being a girl, Win always took a certain liking to me that he just didn't show to other people. He was always sickeningly polite with me, the kind of polite that verged on weirdly flirtatious. To other people, it probably just seemed like he was overly nice, maybe a little socially awkward. But being alone with Win or in situations where there weren't close observers, that was a different situation entirely. There were a handful of occasions where I caught Win looking at me in a way that made my skin crawl. He had a hunger in his eyes, like this beastly, ravenous look, like he wanted to eat me alive. His eyes would glaze over and his lips would curl up ever so slightly in this horrifically perverted way that always made me feel stupidly uncomfortable. There was one time when I bumped into him in a convenience store near to downtown Pittsburgh. After he said hi and made a little small talk, he seemed to follow me around the store for a little while. He acted all innocent, making out like he was just browsing stuff in the aisles, but at some point, he got way too close to me. I think I was just too nervous to actually do anything about it. I didn't want to make a scene or cause any unnecessary conflict. After all, what would I tell people? Mr. Ward stood near me in a store? Anyways, when he was standing close to me, I heard him sniffing the air, like taking these big inhalations of breath through his nose, almost like he was trying to smell me. I couldn't walk away fast enough, and in the end, I left the store without even picking up what I went in there to buy. Like I said, he was overly nice to girls and women, but an absolute monster to any boys or men who happened to catch him in the wrong mood. He once ran out of the house with a baseball bat when my big brother used their driveway to turn around once. And the way he told it, if he hadn't driven away as fast as he could, Mr. Ward probably would have done some damage to his car. Then there was his wife, Maggie. Maggie always wore way too much makeup. I mean, so much it looked really jarring, and she plucked her eyebrows really thin. I'm pretty sure she was a good few years younger than Win, but the way she made herself up made it seem like she was 20 or 30 years older and was just trying to look younger. Maggie was famous for sitting out on their porch and knitting, which I think contributed to the whole old person vibe she gave off. Only she didn't really ever seem to be knitting anything. I remember walking our dog around the neighborhood and getting a look at the tangled mess of yarn she just seemed to be poking needles into. It was like a lime green spider web, just a tangle of thread she stared at like she was in some kind of trance. She also had this talent for turning super happy sounding innocent nursery rhymes into the creepiest sounding things, singing them all slow and deliberate in a sing-song voice that sounded like a combination of a creaking door and nails on a chalkboard. I remember one time when we got some of their mail delivered to our house by mistake, and my mom made me go over to drop it off. Mrs. Ward was sitting on their porch, poking these dirty-looking knitting needles into a tangle of yarn and singing, "Ring around the rosy, a pocket full of posies, ashes, ashes, we all fall down." When she looked up to see me standing there with the mail in my hand, she acted all scared, which was nuts because I think I was way more freaked out to be over there. But she thanked me for bringing the mail over anyway. Yet before I turned to leave, she asked me if I knew what nursery rhyme she was singing. I nodded, and she asked if I knew what the origins were. I said no. And she went on to explain to me that the song had its roots in some old plague that had swept across England. I think she meant the Black Death, but I can't be certain. She said the ring around the rosy part was a reference to a rash that was a symptom of the disease, and a posy was a collection of herbs that was carried to mask the scent of rot that the dying people were said to have given off. Then she tells me that the all fall down part was a reference to people dying from the plague. I don't know how true any of that is, but Jesus, it freaked me out to have her tell me that in her weird scratchy voice with her face all painted up like some circus clown. Their younger son, Jacob Ward, was a total freak. He was obsessed with Native American culture, which I'm not saying is a bad thing at all, but Jacob was totally toxic about it. It was rare that you'd see that kid and he didn't have his face painted or have this grim homemade headdress on or whatever. He also liked to run around with a bow and arrow that his parents insisted was totally harmless and used those cartoony sucker-tip arrows. But there are a lot of people, myself included, that swear that they'd seen him using actual sharp-tip arrows on a handful of occasions. He'd aim them at you, pull the drawstring back to the point that you'd actually run for cover, but he never seemed to fire any, and you could never catch him using them whenever there were any grown-ups around. They actually got a social worker called over at some point because a few people had seen Jacob walking around with dead squirrels or pigeons. I'm not sure if he'd shoot them himself with his bow and arrow or they were just roadkill or something, but it was alarmingly enough to enough people that they actually had a visit from someone. Although whether or not that actually came to anything, I don't know. Then finally, their older son was this kid named Johnny. Johnny was the kind of kid that growled at people in high school when they got too close to him, and before he got expelled for fighting, did something seriously messed up. Apparently he asked this girl to go out on a date, Some super pretty but super nerdy girl who happened to be his lab partner. She says no, and Johnny doesn't take it very well at all. He made things difficult for her during chemistry by not talking or looking at her, and eventually she had to basically beg the teacher to switch partners so she could even get a passing grade. Not long after, she was driving back from school in her seemingly empty car when she looks in the rearview mirror to see Johnny just sitting in her back seat, grinning at her. He'd apparently broken into her car and hidden in the footwell in her back seat under some blankets or something, or at least that's what we all figured he'd done. She was so scared she crashed her car and had to spend a week in the hospital. All Johnny got was a visit from the cops and a warning to stay away from her, and somehow it was all just blamed on teenage hijinks. I think maybe because the girl's family were too scared of the wards to press charges or whatever. I'm sure there's more to that story, but that's all I know of that. When the for sale sign finally showed up from the ward's house, I think Dark Hollow was about ready to throw a big party to celebrate them leaving, and after they did, they became something of an urban legend, basically a campfire tale that only a handful of people really knew was actually true and not something we made up to scare people. Like, I still think it's a miracle that there wasn't any bigger drama to happen involving the wards, something like a murder or whatever, little Jacob shooting someone with an actual arrow. I know Johnny basically almost killed his lab partner in that car crash, but somehow they never actually went through with seriously hurting anyone. But who knows, maybe a couple more years and there would have been a fatality. And who knows what they've been up to, wherever they moved to. Maybe it's only a matter of time before they seriously hurt someone. So before this whole lockdown thing happened and my dating life went to hell in a handbasket, I used to swipe through Tinder and Bumble quite a lot, looking for girls to hook up with. So I'm bored in my Silver-like apartment one day when I come across this absolute smoke show of a girl who was listed under the name Lilith. She had these big green eyes, wore pigtails a lot in her profile pictures, and had absolutely no qualms of showing off this big peachy butt she had. She also had this goth girl vibe going, which was something I find really attractive. I mean, she was definitely not the kind of girl I'd bring home to mom, but that's not really what I'm looking for when I'm swiping, so naturally, I swipe right. Boom, we match. I think I actually let out this involuntary "no way" when the old "it's a match" text appeared, and kinda cynically told myself, nah, she's a bot, this isn't real. But yup, it was real, and she was so cute to talk to. At first, anyway, because things started to go a little different when we actually met up. She worked at this coffee shop at the Getty and asked me if I wanted to pick her up after her shift so she could take me somewhere real special, which turned out to be the Museum of Death on Hollywood Boulevard. I mean, not my ideally romantic place to go on a first date, but like I said, she was a slam piece, and it was basically impossible to say no to her. So it was decided, and after I picked her up, she kept it a mystery for a while, only telling me to drive her to Hollywood Boulevard before revealing where she actually wanted to go. The area around the museum is kind of sketchy, but again, I'd have driven through way worse neighborhoods for a date with this girl, so I just pushed all my concerns to the back of my mind. Despite the interior being as dark and dingy as it was, looking like an over-clustered basement, the whole thing was actually kind of interesting at first. But I'd be lying if I said my eyes stayed on the exhibits the whole time, when they were pretty much glued to her butt whenever I wasn't going to get caught looking. It most definitely wasn't particularly creepy either, but the things that Lilith started to say to me as we were walking around the place did in a big, bad way too. Like I said, the exhibits were interesting, but that's all they were aside from being gross and spooky. There were death masks, body parts preserved in formaldehyde, all the things you might come to expect from a place called the Museum of Death, and then some. But this Lilith chick starts saying how pretty some of this stuff is, looking at it the way any other girl might look at a picture of a puppy or something. She then starts asking me all these weird questions about how I'd like to die. Yeah, how I'd like to die. I tell her I wouldn't like to die at all. I mean, it was legit the creepiest question I think I'd ever been asked, and she insists that everyone has a way they'd most want to die. I don't want to screw up the date or anything. She seemed crazy, and crazy girls can be real fun, if you catch my meaning, so I give her some throwaway response like, whatever way is most pain-free. She starts telling me how that was a boring answer, and how she'd like to die of hypothermia because it apparently makes you feel all warm and sleepy towards the end. How some victims of hypothermia have even taken their clothes off before they died and just laid down in the snow or whatever before their heart stops beating. She also then gave me this long, in-depth speech about how taking another person's life would be better than even getting intimate, if you catch my drift. How that feeling of pure power must dwarf any feeling that drugs or alcohol have to offer. She then tells me how hot she thought it would be to watch me drown at the bottom of a pool while there's an audience and I'm totally naked. How it'd actually turn her on to see my final moments of desperation before my body went limp and floated around the tank. Then something about how the Vikings would make wings out of the skin on a person's back by peeling it off and spreading it out, calling it beautiful, how it was like art or something. When she's done telling me all of that, and I'm suitably freaked out, she starts calling me pet, and how she wanted me chained up at the end of her bed so she could do whatever she wanted with me. Now, any other girl, I'd think that was incredibly kinky, but after what Lilith had just talked about, I really didn't think what she had in mind for me involved any kind of pleasure whatsoever. When it came to driving her home, she actually told me to stop a few blocks away from her house because she didn't want me to know exactly where it was that she lived at, saying that you couldn't be too careful these days with all the psychos in the world who use dating apps. Yep, she said that to me after she'd spent like an hour talking about all the ways she'd want to die or how she'd watch me die. As soon as I got home, I blocked her number. I've never been more scared of anyone like that before, let alone a girl I wanted to hook up with. So, Lilith, if you're reading this, let's not meet again. I feel like I should preface this by making it clear that I'm not one of these paranormal-obsessed, ghost-hunting loons that think there's orbs in all their photos. And when I tell you that one of my favorite TV shows is Penn and Teller's BS, where they debunk all those nonsense conspiracy theories and whatnot, I think you get an idea of what kind of person I am. And for years, I went around thinking that science and logic could account for everything, with the only restrictions being the limits of our own knowledge. And that was until something happened to me that I genuinely can't explain. And no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't come up with any legitimate explanation. The whole thing freaked me out so much that it kicked off a kind of hyperfixation in me that lasted for months on end, to the point that my rational skeptic friends started to think that I was losing my mind. But I haven't lost my mind. It actually happened, and as much as people try to tell me that it was nothing but my mind playing tricks on me, I know what I saw, and it just about put the fear of God into me. We're going back to early spring of 2017 here, the time of the year when it's still getting dark fairly early here in the Northeast. It's around 9 p.m. and I'm driving back to Narragansett from my buddy's place in Newport, when I decide to take a shortcut through Saunderston. It's a drive I'd done like 100 times by that point. I felt like I could do it with my eyes closed at a push. But maybe that's what made me so complacent, a self-assured cockiness that's gotten me into trouble on more than one occasion, because about halfway into the journey, I must have switched off and taken a wrong turn. Next thing I know, I'm having to turn into a residential cul-de-sac to make a complete 180, and I'm so embarrassingly lost that I find myself reaching for my phone to check Google Maps. I check my position, mentally make a note of the turns I have to make to get back onto the highway, then start turning off the street as I put my phone away. When bam, there's a car in front of me. I slam on the brakes, let out a string of curse words, and prepare myself for, at the very best, a few scolding honks of their horn. I then start mouthing apologies at the driver, taking my hands off the wheel and being like, "Dude, I'm so sorry. My fault. My bad." When I noticed something really unusual about the car they're driving. It was a legit classic car. And don't go thinking 70s Camaro or something. This thing was a Buick, like one from the 30s or 40s or something. The kind of car you'd expect to see Al Capone climbing out of in Prohibition-era Chicago. And it was crisp, too. The guy must have sunk some serious cash into that thing because pretty much everything looked brand new. I suddenly realized that while I'm checking this guy's old car out, I'm actually still blocking him in. So I start backing up after giving him a nice car kind of thumbs up after pointing to his hood. The guy doesn't react though, at all. The whole time he's just smiling at me through his windshield. And as I start backing up to let him pass, I remember how he almost looked like one of those old ventriloquist dummies. Something about his hair or how waxy and pale he seemed to just trigger the association. Then, right as I'm about to give him enough space, my car just shuts off. The engine, the battery, everything. I jiggle the keys around, kind of frantically by that point, because I figured I'm making a total idiot of myself in front of the dude with the cool vintage car, but nothing happens. Lights won't turn on, engine won't fire. And my first thought is, God, of all the times for my battery to die, why now? My car was a piece of garbage back then, making it disappointing, but not a total surprise. But I'm still blocking in Buick guy, who's surely getting mightily angry after sitting there for a solid few minutes. So I roll my window down, lean out a little, and start yelling over to the guy's car that he has to go around. But he doesn't respond. And all I can hear is this creepy old music coming from his car. I can't see a thing of him because of high headlights. He's not saying a thing, and that freaking song is making the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Now this is the part that really freaks me out to recall. As the situation with the guy is turning into something of a standoff, I'm sitting there in the driver's seat wondering why the guy isn't talking, moving, or doing much of anything for that matter. I don't want to honk at the guy. Everything had basically been amicable so far, so I'm just sort of sitting there, waiting, getting more and more anxious as I do so. That's when the lights on my dash start flickering a little, and I think my battery might be coming back on. I don't know much about cars, but I'll take it. So I get all excited thinking I'm going to be getting away from what had been an incredibly awkward situation. I start jiggling my keys in the ignition again, but again, nothing happens. Right until my car radio bursts into life and starts playing the exact same creepy song as the one playing in the other car. It didn't have any lyrics. It was this creepy tritone loop with something playing over it. But somehow it managed to fill me with this feeling of dread as I realized something seriously weird was going on. The whole time I'm basically being blinded by the Buick's headlights while it just sits there. Then suddenly, the thing's headlights cut out. Right at the same time my radio does, and I'm plunged into darkness again with my natural night vision having been totally ruined for a few seconds. While I'm half blinded, I try the ignition once again, and I breathe a huge sigh of relief when my car comes back to life again. But that little moment was severely short-lived because, as my own headlights turn on, the old Buick is nowhere to be seen. It came as such a shock that I actually screamed out loud, spinning around in my seat like I might catch a glimpse of it driving away. But no, there's absolutely no sign of that Buick anywhere. It was like it had just straight up vanished into thin air. You think with a big old engine like that, I'd have heard it driving past me even if I was distracted by other things. And the time between the headlights cutting out and me getting my car running again couldn't be anything over 30 seconds. It would have had to zoom past me to disappear from my view so quickly. Have you ever felt super stoned and you don't even smoke? That's what it felt like. I'm putting the entire thing on myself, trying to explain it away as like a mini stroke or something, and It even occurred to me that my buddy back in Newport might have dosed me with something groovy, so to speak. But no, sober as a judge the whole time. And you can bet I didn't drink anything because those Rhode Island state troopers just love hunting DUIs. So like I said, because I couldn't find any way to explain what happened, it kicked off something of a hyperfixation in me. I revisited the cul-de-sac where it happened, looked up potential classic car owners in the Narragansett area, and researched medical papers on blackouts and time loss. The latter had me convinced that I was suffering from syncopal attacks, basically when your heart doesn't pump enough oxygen to the brain, a pretty serious condition, so, as you can imagine, I was only too willing to pony up for a medical checkup. Doctor listens to my heartbeat and checks my blood pressure, then, without any further examination, declares there's nothing wrong with my heart. He did say that the blackouts can be caused by stress, but at the time, I wasn't particularly stressed about anything, so I ruled that out as an explanation. One point, I went far out and ended up researching those UFO encounters where people experience time loss, but I figured I'd gone far too down a weird rabbit hole with that one. But as for the thing that people really pick up on with my story for some reason, is the fact that I did actually have a bit of luck when it came to my classic car search. There was a guy out in Middleton who had been trying to sell a 1937 Buick Special for years. The thing was a wreck, but he figured it might catch the eye of some vintage car enthusiasts who'd find the time to fix the old beauty up. I played it off like I was interested in making a purchase and still feel guilty about how excited he got, and he got his nephew to text me over some pictures of the old thing so I could take a good look at it. I'm not saying it was the same model or shape as the one I saw in that cul-de-sac, but I'm not gonna lie, it looked pretty similar. But it's an absolute impossibility that it's the same car, right? A coincidence, if ever there was one. Yet some of the people I talk to about this will always point out the connection and tell me I should have asked where he'd gotten it, if the old thing had been involved in a murder or a hit and run. Truth is, the guy didn't know. He said his dad picked it up at a police auction and died before he could get a chance to fix it up. And obviously, anything he knew about the car was buried with him. I suppose I've rambled on enough about this now, and I've already made my point that I can't explain what happened to me that night without sounding like a complete fruitcake. So, I guess I'll just do what I always do, and leave it up to you guys to decide what it was. But please, don't tell me ghost car or whatever, because I've been hearing that nonsense for like 4 years now and I'm sick to death of hearing it. And besides, hypothetically I did believe in ghosts. I think it would mess me up pretty bad to think that I got so close to one, but still drove away, unscathed.
When I was around 15, I lived alone in a 2-story house. Although there were bedrooms upstairs, I would sleep on the living room couch. This was for 2 reasons. One, it was the central location of the house, so I could hear everything too. It was equidistant from every exit. One night, at around 2 in the morning, I heard someone juggling the front doorknob. It was slow, cautious jiggle, like they were trying not to be heard. When the door didn't open, they didn't stop. The jiggling slowly became less cautious and more irritated. They persisted for at least 2 minutes. We went to the back door, which was also locked. If I didn't want to call the police, because I was an unemancipated minor living alone. I didn't want to be placed into foster care, and I didn't want my parents in trouble for neglect. Eventually, the jiggling stopped. I stayed up that night waiting for them to try other entrances, but nothing happened. A few nights passed, and I awoke to the sound of the door opening upstairs. The doors in the house would really stick, so they took a lot of force to open. When he popped them loose, they'd make a loud scrape pop and shutter noise. At the time, I would take sleeping pills. It made it really hard to fully awaken, and I'd sometimes only awaken with sleep paralysis. I couldn't determine whether I dreamt the sound or whether I woken up from it. I started to fall back asleep and thought I heard the door close like grinding of wood rubbing together. Then the sound of bed springs screeching like weights were being shifted. I thought, maybe someone is homeless and they thought this was an abandoned house. I was super tired. I wasn't sure if I was actually conscious. I fell back asleep and awoke to the feeling of somebody watching me. There were stairs parallel to the living room door, and I could see them from the couch. Halfway down the stairwell, I could see a long-haired man, crouched over, looking at me. It was dark, and I felt like we were both trying to verify what we were seeing. I kept a metal baseball bat by the couch and grabbed it. Slowly, the man erected his body and without turning backed up the stairs. I just listened for him to leave or waited for him to come back down. But I heard neither. It was like he just stood at the top of the stairs waiting for me. I didn't go back to sleep. I heard nothing, even until sunrise. When I left for school that morning, that questioned what I'd actually experienced. I had my boyfriend over later that evening. As we approached the house, he said, "Hey, your windows are open." I looked in the room to the sticking door was wide open. I told him what I'd experienced the night before, and he helped me check out the house. After finding nothing, I enclosed and locked the windows. I figured it must have been a hobo. Once they realized somebody lived there, they left. I still stayed there that night, but I didn't take sleeping pills. I woke to the door opening again. This time, I knew it was real. They knew somebody lived there, but they still returned. At this time of my life, I had little value for my life. I had no fear of death because I knew where I'd go. I decided that I wasn't going to hide in my own house. I got my baseball bat, turned on the lights, and went upstairs. I yelled something like, "Listen, buddy, I'm coming up. Be out by the time I get there." I heard nothing and prepared for the worst. I checked the rooms and the closets, but I found nothing, and the windows were still open. I checked the downstairs and found nothing as well. I felt pretty silly after finding nothing, but still stayed out that night. I got ready for school the next morning and saw that the window was open again. It occurred to me that I hadn't checked under the beds when I'd done the search. I didn't have my bat with me and bailed. To think that intruder was possibly hiding under the bed as I searched the house is spooky, but I'm partially relieved that I hadn't checked. If I'd been down and come face to face with the man beneath my bed, the story may have ended differently. I'm an overnight security guard for a large building. Parking ramp is generally really a quiet job with a lot of free time. But occasionally, I do have to kick out some homeless people. It's a horrible part of the job, and I do my best to direct them to the next safest place to sleep. Most people are understanding because they unfortunately go through this a lot. If anything, they want to vent, and I tried to be an open ear. Our protocol is to ask them to leave, then if they don't, tell them to leave, and if all else fails, we have to contact the police. I've only gotten to that last step. It's important to note my general routine at work. I sit in a shack in the parking ramp for an hour. Then I go for a walk around the building and then back to the shack. The doors are all locked, but there's an entryway with an ATM that's open 24/7. This is usually where I find people looking for a place to sleep. For more context, I'm a smaller woman and unarmed. On this night, there was a woman trying to sleep by the ATM. I followed protocol, and after the first 2 warnings, I had to contact police. She yelled at me, which is out of the normal, but understandable considering her position. It must be frustrating being constantly kicked out of every semi-safe place. The police arrived, and because I was a little scared, I always am, I watched from inside the building out of view to make sure they got around. If she was yelling at me, she was full on screaming at them, and this went on for about half an hour before she left the building. Unfortunately, that's all the cops are required to do, so she made her way to the bus stop right outside. The problem with this is the bus stop is parallel with my shack. She was just sitting and staring at me with hatred in her eyes, and I got comfortable pretty quick. So I decided to take another walk. When I was passing the door that led out to my shack, I decided to take a peek out the little door window. And I don't usually do this, but I feel uneasy knowing she was probably still in the area. And it's a good thing I did. I could just barely see it, but behind my shack I saw the slightest wobble. There she was, hiding right behind my shack. It's not a big thing, maybe a 10-foot cube made out of large window and metal right at the entrance of the parking ramp. I have no doubt she is waiting for me. I called the police again and just kept watching from the little door window. And while I was waiting, she eventually let out an angry scream, kicked the miscellaneous junk in front of the shack, and stormed up the stairwell into the parking ramp for an extra kick of anxiety. The floor above me had a broken door that wasn't locked at the time. Eventually, the police got there, and after some harsh words, they got her to leave again. And this time, she walked off into the night. What really scared me was what I found on my next walk. Now there's a mirror next to the door I was watching her from. I couldn't see it from inside. But from this side, it was obvious. She had broken the mirror and a large piece was missing. Maybe I'd allow my anxiety to build all this up in my head, but from my perspective, she had taken a large sharp object hidden behind my shack and waited for me to walk up. You tell me if I'm overreacting, but to my nameless potential assailant, I wish you better times and a bed to sleep in. But I also hope I never see you again.
When I was 18, I worked at my college's residence building at the front desk, and I think I almost got assaulted or murdered. But you be the judge of that. During the summer, the building operated as a hotel. So 2.5 floors were hotel rooms, and half of the 3rd floor were student housing. The whole building operated with a hotel swipe key system that was pretty outdated, and all the doors were powered by 4 AA batteries. If the batteries died, there was a decently lengthy process to replace them and reprogram the door. A dark-haired guy came to the front desk from inside the building while I was working an overnight shift at around 1 or 2 a.m. and said he'd left his keycard in his room. I made him a new one and made my first error of the night. Hotel guests could have as many room keys remade as they wanted, hypothetically. But students, however, were supposed to be given a temporary keycard and charged $2 to be returned when theirs is located. I gave him a new key for his room and asked if he was a student or a hotel guest, and he replied, student. At this point, I should have checked our system to charge his account, but I was caught up doing administrative duties and forgot. I used to trust people way too easily at this job, but quickly learned not to. Later on in the night, maybe around 3 or 4 a.m., he came to the desk again and said he couldn't get into his room. I asked if he'd forgotten his key again, and he said no, the door wasn't working. I asked if the light was coming on when he swiped his card, and he said no, so I figured the batteries were dead. I told him I'd have to change the batteries, and I went up to his room with him, and he asked me for my name, and I told him. But he didn't tell me his. I opened the room door manually with a master key, and told him I'd have to prop it open while I worked on the back panel to replace the batteries. "No, it's okay, I'll close it," he said, and closed and deadbolted the door locked. Really weird, but I tried not to think about it. I had changed the batteries on plenty of other doors by this point, and some students were iffy about having their doors propped open for their room to be on display for anyone walking by. He also had a really thick accent, and I thought he might be an international student, since we had a lot of them from other countries where their English was not their first language. I gave him the benefit of the doubt and thought maybe it was also just a language barrier issue. At this point, though, I really felt like something was wrong, but I tried to ignore it so I didn't freak him out. While I was trying to focus on fixing the door as quickly as possible, he kept trying to entice me to go further into the room, saying his bed was broken and he needed me to take a look at it, and that there was something underneath it that needed to be fixed, etc. He held out a little gold house key and said, "I have a key, go get it," and then threw it under the bed. He said there was a leak under the fridge. He just kept trying to get me down on the ground, throwing random problems at me. Obviously, I told him no. I'd send maintenance up in the morning to take a look if anything was broken. I had my back to him, and he asked me if I would take off my glasses. I said no, I need them to see. His tone of voice changed then, and in the most steady, chilling manner he said, "Ella, it's okay, you can take them off." Then from behind me he reached around and tried to take off my glasses. I swatted his hand away, and in trying to remain composure said no thanks, I need to keep them on. Even though he was creeping me the hell out, I didn't want to be rude to him, and I didn't want to get in trouble if he'd complained about me, or risk upsetting him and having him yell at me. I got up to grab something from the door repair kit, and undid the door deadbolt and opened it up in the process. He then jumped towards the door to close it again, and told me to keep it closed. I told him no, I had to open it to start reprogramming it from the front. While I held the door open with my foot and grabbed something from the door repair kit, he started playing with the little wispy hairs at the top of my forehead and trying to touch my shoulder. I swatted him away again and asked him not to touch me, and focused on getting the hell out of there. But once again he tried to get me to follow him into the bedroom, saying the bed was broken, and I went as far as the doorframe to see if I could spot any actual problem with his bed. This is when I realized that he had nothing in his room. No dishes in the kitchen, no shower curtain in the bathroom, no sheets on the bed. Nothing. This wasn't his room. My brain once again went back to the international student theory, thinking he had just arrived today and hadn't gotten a chance to buy anything yet. But in the pit of my stomach, I knew something was wrong. I fiddled around with the door for a few more seconds before announcing that it was fixed, and quickly gathered the door kit and left. Before I had reached the elevator, he came back out with his shoes on to follow me. He tried to get back in to get his shoes and called out, "Ella, the door isn't fixed, you need to come back." I went back and opened the door manually, and told him if the door was broken I'd have to send up maintenance to fix it in the morning. I knew he was going to follow me to the elevator again, so I closed the door behind me once he'd gone inside, and ran down the stairwell as fast as I could. When I got to the front desk, I checked the computer and saw that the room that he was in was supposed to be empty. It wasn't a student room or a hotel room. I locked myself in our back office and called campus security. He came down a few minutes later and went behind the desk. I yelled at him to get on the other side and wait, now that I knew he wasn't a resident. He tore the corner off a slip of paper I had sitting on the desk and drew a flower on it, then put it back on top of my papers. When security arrived, he ran back up to the empty room and tried convincing them he lived there so he wouldn't have to leave. He kept showing them his key, which had decided to work on the door again somehow, and they escorted him back downstairs and came to ask me if he really did live there. Obviously he didn't. That's why I called you guys, crying and terrified. He kept interjecting to argue that he did live there, but couldn't even recall his room number when asked. Security asked him for his student card, and he couldn't produce it, so they told him he would have to leave if he couldn't prove he lived there. While they were grabbing his information, I listened from the office and could immediately tell he was lying. The phone number he gave was just a bunch of random numbers. The name he gave was prefixed by, as if he was trying to think of a name. When they asked him for his address, he just said, across the street. One security guard asked if he lived in the apartments across the street, and he said yes, but couldn't tell them what the building number was. He said his apartment number was 1200, but I moved into that building a few months later, and apartment 1200 doesn't exist. When security asked what his purpose was to be sneaking into a room, he just kept up the ums and uhs, and saying he didn't know. They'd ask, "Were you trying to see a friend? Do you know anybody who lives here? Were you here to hurt somebody?" And he kept fidgeting and saying, "I don't know. No reason. I was just here." At one point he tried to tell them he was my friend, which is when I poked my head out of the office to say that I literally had never seen him before that night. He eventually left. We didn't call the police because he didn't actually do anything, but it was still unsettling. Later on it dawned on me how he'd figured out that that room was vacant. One of the housekeepers had been using it as her personal break room. A few days later, a housekeeper came to the desk and told me they'd found the door deadbolted open, the TV on, and a housekeeper inside watching TV. She must have forgotten to close the door when she left for the night, and when the creep let himself into the building, he found it. I never saw him again, and to this day I have no clue what he was doing there. I haven't worked there since last winter, and overnight shifts still give me the heebie-jeebies.
This happened last year during my student exchange in France and was probably only 2 weeks before COVID imploded. I had to head back to my home country, and that night there was a language exchange at a bar, maybe 30 minutes away from me on the subway. My roommate didn't seem interested in going, so I decided to make this my first night out alone, so I'd already talked to the organizers of the event and they seemed really nice. Plus, the subway in Paris on Fridays closes at around 1:30 a.m., so I knew I had time to go meet people and get home relatively safely. I got there maybe half an hour late, got my little flag stickers that indicated the languages I spoke, and headed into the crowd to try and talk to people. Everything was pleasant. I made friends with the group of guys, and we made good small talk for a solid hour. After a while, the group decided to split and trying to find others to actually exchange languages with since we were all speaking English. At this point, I headed over to the bar to get myself a drink. We're a group of what I can only describe as chaps, but French started annoying me about the flag on my shirt, a Chilean flag. They threw everything out there. Is it in Africa or is it Colombia? At first, I didn't mind correcting them, but it got old pretty quick. After I realized they were just messing around, I left them to it and started talking to an older man by the bar. "You seem nice enough." After talking to him for about 30 minutes, he headed off. And that's when the creepy encounter started. A random guy in his mid-20s, early 30s showed up next to me at the bar and started making conversation by saying, "Oh, I immediately know your flag was from." I just smiled at him. Then he started the, "Oh, you're very beautiful" talk. Look, as a 21-year-old woman, this isn't my first time in this situation. Usually if men aren't being overtly creepy, I'll just smile. Maybe give conversation a try. But if they keep pushing, I just go. I said thanks and kept nursing my drink, hoping he caught the sign that I wasn't trying to talk. He kept asking me about where I was from, why I was here, where I was staying. To which I gave him vague short answers when out of nowhere, and I really mean out of absolutely nowhere, He'd said something along the lines of, "I'm in love with you." Dude, what? I've directed maybe 20 words in total to this man, and I'm getting a full love confession? I let out a laugh. There was half nerves laugh. Are you kidding me? And at this point, he's forcing eye contact, really intense eye contact. I tried everything. I'm not interested. I'm in a relationship. I even headed towards my last resort, which was saying that I was a lesbian, which is true. But he would not budge. He said, "I respect that. It's not your fault." What, that I'm lesbian? And he kept on going with what I considered to be the creepiest part. "I want to do romantic things with you," he said. Excuse me, you what? This set me off, and that negative gut feeling is one of those phrases that is just off enough that your brain goes, not dinner, not a date, not something just romantic. Well, I wasn't about to find out what it meant. I put on my full bitch face that said, "Look, I know you're just trying to be nice, but I'm not interested, and I am in a committed relationship." I got up and he tried to touch my arm, to which I immediately flinched and shocked daggers at him. "I just think you're beautiful. I want to marry you someday. Maybe you have kids. You have beautiful eyes." Thankfully, the bar had cleared out some, and I was able to cross the floor and grab my Parker. He kept saying things behind me like, "I just want to try romantic things." I then grabbed a random non-creepy man that I had talked to that night who was just leaving and said, "Hey, are you walking to the subway?" And I went with him. My recently professed suitor followed us. I remember him perfectly wearing a tan waterproof jacket, standing right outside the bar door looking at me. The guy I was walking with was going in the company in opposite direction of the subway line, but I wasn't about to risk going down to my own line alone and waiting. It was past midnight, so trains took slightly longer to arrive. Most train stations have an option to switch directions if you mess up without paying again. So I figured I'd go down with my bodyguard of sorts, make him stand with me near the direction change, and if I saw the creep coming, I'd book it and pray a car came in time. We had an app that showed estimated arrival times. It was just my luck that that specific station was undergoing repairs, and it was either get your direction right on the first try, or perish. No direction change in sight. So I did what in my 2 mojito fight or flight mode had to do. I ran back up the stairs and tried to pay again. Except the card I used was one of those cards that once you scan, you can't use again within 5 minutes. I wasn't going to wait that long, and I could hear someone coming down the subway stairs. Paris subway had turnstiles, but it also had doors that only open once you scan. So I sucked in my breath as much as I could, went under the turnstile, and squeezed through my tiny space between the door. I have no idea how I made it past with my Parker on adrenaline is one hell of a drug. I had just managed to make it downstairs when the train was arriving. But as I turned around, I saw him on the sort of bridge area overlooking the train tracks. I managed to grow out my biggest, meanest no, and then said something like, "I want to grow old with you. Give me your number." The train doors opened, and I walked inside backwards, making eye contact with him, saying no again. Luckily, that's just about one of the most universal words out there. I'm thankful to the Friday night 1 a.m. Paris subway crowd. They all seemed confused, but they had the right spirit. A couple of girls waved over so I could stand with them until the door closed, and they went with me until I had to change lines. I felt safer on the 2-minute walk from the subway to my apartment than near that guy in my neighborhood was kind of known for being a big crack hotspot. At least the crackheads left me alone. So if anyone takes something away from this, just be mean. Be rude as hell. I tried being mean a little too late and got one of the creepiest love confessions of my life. A stalker and into the subway, and a story to tell on here. Deep water. We were not meant to be together, being forced into a marriage that was not supposed to happen. I was waiting for one of the families from New York. I was an accountant, and I used to look at books of all the businesses that the Giovannis had. Now, if you don't know who the Giovanni is, let me tell you in a sentence. It is a family that you don't ever want to be associated with. My uncle moved from Italy to America, and in America, he found a friend in Roberto Giovanni, who, just like my uncle, migrated from Italy to America. Giovanni's owned everything: the local shops, restaurants, politicians, the police. My uncle introduced me to Roberto Giovanni when I graduated from college. I wanted to work with the presidential candidates on his campaign, but then my uncle said, "Look, you can either work with the pricks, these politicians, or you can work for someone who puts them in his pocket and owns them." I wanted something better, so I went with my uncle and met Roberto. He was tall and built-up Italian. He patted my shoulders and, with probably a Cuban cigar in his mouth, said, "So this is the guy you've been talking about, Romano?" And my uncle replied, "Yes, Roberto. He's a good kid, good with numbers. He knows stuff." And with his hands gesturing even more, "You know stuff, papers, laws, you know," Roberto replied. "All right, Romano. Take him to the business room. Explain to him what we do and what we want to do with our money." Then he gestured to me and came closer and said, "Also, hey kid, come over here." He took a bunch of $100 bills in his hand and said, "Buy a suit, all right? Romano will take you to the shop and buy something that stands out. If you're gonna manage business and numbers, you gotta act the part." That was the first day that I started working for Roberto Giovanni. After a few months of working for Roberto Giovanni, I had information on how much of the business and what all the other businesses did Giovanni hold in the list of all the politicians and cops that he had in his pockets. I became the main man of the operation and kept all the numbers in every detail. We were more like a family than a workplace. Roberta had a wife and 2 daughters, Talia and Rafina. Rafina was supposedly the wild one, and the one who could hold a grudge. She once got one of her lovers beaten up real bad because she saw her talking with some other girl. Don't even ask me what happened to the girl. She was batshit crazy, and I stayed the hell away from her. Talia, on the other hand, was quiet and probably was born in the wrong family. As years passed on, I had a strong hold on every information I had on the Giovannis, and now Roberto trusted me with everything. October 12th. It was a Monday morning, and it was raining as it has never. The streets were flooded with the overflowing sewers, and nothing but scum skimmed over those streets. I ran towards the house, and outside it was Roberto, drenched in rain, waiting for me as if his life depended on it. "Hurry, kid. I've been waiting for you. Where the hell have you been?" I replied, "The roads are blocked with scum water." And he held me by my shoulder and brought me closer. "Hey, kid. You're a wonderful kid, all right? And you will help me do these papers so much better. Now I am saying this because I like you like my own son, and I want you to know that the next thing that comes out of your mouth will decide your future." I looked at him, confused and clueless, and then he said, "I'm going to marry you to my daughter. Now I really would have liked you to marry Talia, but it's Rafina who you gonna be with. Don't ask me why I'm doing it. Just remember, with one yes, you'll be taking over everything." He married Rafina because he was scared that she might actually end up screwing the whole family over. Now I was the family, so all the business was open to me, and I was taking care of everything while Rafina was being a reckless woman, spending everything and making it impossible for all of us. Our marriage was good. We barely fought, probably because we didn't care enough about each other or the marriage. So the primary years of our marriage went on to understand each other, but there was none. Soon, The petty quarrels of the married life started, and Rafina always made sure who her father was. There was no way I could have won any arguments. She would always bring up her father and threaten me. I didn't care much about them because I knew Roberto wouldn't care. But one day, when me and Uncle Romano were out doing a business, Rafina went to her father and complained that I hit her, even though I didn't and I was out of town. I came back and Roberto called me in. "Hey kid, come in. How's everything? You feeling good? Rafina treating you good?" I chuckled and I said, "Yeah, she can be a handful sometimes." Roberto looked at me and said, "Now Rafina came to me and said you slapped her." I objected in between, and he injected and continued, "Wait, I know you didn't. You were out doing a job I sent you to. I know it. But the thing is, my daughter, she's got the habit of having everything, and now it's too late to correct it. I just want you to know, I don't have any hard feelings for you. I love you, and you're my son, all right? Stop calling me Mr. Giovanni, and call me Dad like Rafia does, okay?" Completely confused by this conversation, I started heading back to my home, and I was pretty tired from the trip, when suddenly, one of the goons of Roberto roughed me up. And now the conversation made sense. I went back home with a broken nose and saw Rafina smiling. I looked at her and said, "Glad my broken nose made you smile." I woke up angry. I was pissed about the whole incident, and the incident triggered something in me. There was this sudden desire for revenge that I had. I went to see Roberto the first morning. I went and he welcomed me and asked me while laughing, "What happened to your nose? You're an alright kid. I'm sorry. I got to make my daughter happy too. And also, I got you both tickets for Italy. You live in 3 days." And that was it. That was my limit. I was done being controlled by a scum of a family. So I decided to take my revenge on them. I had 3 days to arrange everything, and so I packed up all the papers and all the documents. It was all a strong evidence against the family, and I gathered them all and went to the feds. I knew which one to go to. Every cop and politician was under the payroll. I had them on my list. This was a very big catch for the feds, and I did not want any part of it. So I told the feds what I wanted to do. 3 days later, I and Rafina were on a boat in Sardinia, Italy. We were getting ready to head to the sea to watch the dolphins. As soon as we entered the deep waters, we could see the dolphins emerging, and I saw her eyes sparkling. For a minute, I looked at her, and there was this rare innocence in her. But I was definite about my goal. I took out my phone and called her father, and gave the phone to her. She refused, but then I said, "This could be the last time you talk to him." She snatched the phone from my hand, all confused, and turns out it was the last time that she talked to him, in the middle of the sea, in the deep waters. She found out that her dad was shot by the feds. They wanted to bring him in, but he wasn't ready to give up. She was devastated and came in close and hugged me. I stood there for a second, and then she asked me, "Who would do such a thing?" As she was crying and holding me, I stepped back and broke the hug. I looked at her and smiled. It was me. I made it possible. I almost kind of knew the old man would panic, but really, the feds? He thought he could outrun the feds. He was way over in his hand. Well, God rest his soul in hell. She was furious, and as she tried to charge on me, the 2 men in the boat held her. I hired the men to make sure that she doesn't act the way she is. She looked at me. "Why would you do it? You're a murderer." I looked back at her and I chuckled. I did not murder him. He was killed because of his actions. He was a piece of shit. Do you know how many people has he killed or got killed? Because I know. I have their names. So, good riddance. Now her tears were all settled. So she looked at me and asked, "Who helped you?" And I looked at her excitingly and said, "Wouldn't you like to know?" And then I told the men to tie her up, and they did exactly what I said. They tied her up, and she was sitting down on the corner of the boat. Soon, another boat came in, and we all boarded the other boat. She was still sitting in the corner with her hands tied, and the boat was empty. It was just her, in the middle of the sea, in the deep waters. Now, I could have just killed her, but I wanted her to suffer. The boat had a bottle of water and supply that would last her 2 days. Now I gave her a choice, to come back with me and live like normal people doing normal things. Or she can act like the tough gangster daughter she is and try to make out of the place on her own. She was stubborn, so she chose to stay back on the boat on her own. So in a way, I did not kill her. She probably did it herself. I came back a week later and took care of all the legit business Roberto had and married Talia. And for the next few years, enjoyed my life to its full extent. It has been 6 years since that incident, and today, I received a letter in my mailbox, a postcard from Sardinia that said, "Hey, husband."
This happened last night, and honestly, I'm still a bit shaken up about it. I work evenings as a dispatcher in a medium-sized Midwestern city. I was driving home at 2 a.m. when I stopped for gas. In retrospect, it was stupid to have stopped at all. The gas station was poorly lit and empty of any other customers. But I knew the shady areas of town, and this was usually not one of them. As I was pumping gas, I noticed a middle-aged woman sitting on the curb across the parking lot. It was a cold night and had just started raining. The woman was not wearing weather-appropriate clothing and was drenched. When the woman saw that I was watching her, she called out to me from across the parking lot. My second of many stupid decisions that night was choosing to engage with her. I was worried for her, so I approached her to see what sort of help I could offer. "Hi, beautiful. I'm just trying to get home, but no one will help me. I'm trying to get into the city, but the cab ride is $60 and I only have $40. Can you help me?" I don't usually give money to panhandlers, but this woman seemed genuine. The weather was terrible, and my job centers around helping people, so I agreed. I told her I didn't have any cash, but if she would come inside with me, I'd take some money out of the ATM and give her a few bucks. I went inside for cash, but the ATM wasn't working. I apologized and told her there was nothing else I could do. She followed me back outside, idly chatting with me as I opened my driver's door to get in. Then, she got in my car. I was too shocked to say anything. I sat staring at her as she buckled herself into the passenger seat. As soon as she got in my car, her demeanor changed entirely. She no longer seemed, for as much as she did, extremely excited and restless. "Just take me to my aunt's house. She can give me money," she said. Of course, alarm bells are going off in my head. Although my first instinct was to tell her to get the hell out of my car, my guts told me that would be dangerous. She'd already proven to be unpredictable and seemed to be high. I didn't know if she had any weapon on her while forcing her way into my vehicle. I thought it had the potential to elicit a violent reaction. "Where are you asking me to take you?" "Just start driving. I'll tell you when to turn." "Nope. If you want me to consider driving you somewhere, I need you to tell me where we're going." I said that with no real intention of driving her anywhere. "Don't worry, honey. I'm not a bad chick. I'm not going to rob you. Just drive." "No. What's your aunt's address?" As I was asking her questions, she got agitated. We still had not left the gas station parking lot. I considered getting out of my car and going to the gas station for help, but she seemed to know and be friendly with one of the attendants inside. Besides, I wasn't about to leave her alone in my car. Finally, she snapped at me and said, "Why are you asking me so many questions? I thought we were friends. Don't you trust me?" "I work at the police department," I said, It's my job to ask these sorts of questions. She flipped out and started yelling at me about being a snitch, about trying to get her into trouble, just generally losing her damn mind. At this point, I'm more scared than ever. I just wanted her gone, but my instinct still told me to get her out of my car. I decided to take a risk. I'm not a police officer. I just work at a police department. Why don't I take you to Walmart and see if they have an ATM that works? My idea was to get her out of the car as peacefully as possible and lose her in the store. She liked my idea and immediately calmed down. I knew that the driving off with the woman in my car was incredibly risky, but it seemed like my best option at the time. As we were driving, she kept talking to me. Her thoughts were erratic, bouncing all over the place. It sometimes seems difficult for her to follow through with a thought, but this is roughly how our conversation went. I'm glad we're friends now. I've had about 5 or 6 people trying to get me. I'm going to come to your work tomorrow so we can arrest them. Okay, we can talk about it tomorrow. Tonight, you said you were trying to get home. Yeah, honey. I'm really trying to get out into the sticks. Sticks? I thought you said you wanted to get to the city. Yeah, I meant city. That's what I meant. That's why the cab ride's $40. It's far away. The cab ride's $40? Yeah, baby. You said you had $40. I do, baby, but I have $40 for the cab ride. And then there was silence. Are you sure you can't take me to my aunt's house? Sweetie, she lives down on Fuller Road. That's not what you said before. Oh no, baby, I'm sorry. Oh, it doesn't matter. She won't give me the money anyway. Are you sure you can't just take me to the city? It was terrifyingly obvious that this woman was utterly full of crap because the details of her story were constantly changing. When we pulled into the Walmart parking lot, she finally got out of my car, only after I left first, and followed me into the store. I told her before we went to find an ATM that I needed to use the restroom. I planned to call the police from inside the stall, but she followed me into the bathroom. And that's when things got weird. She grabbed onto the crook of my arm and whispered in my ear, "If you don't have any money, that's okay. Let me ask you something, sweetie. Do you like being eaten out?" I told her no as forcefully as I could manage. Get into a stall, locked the door as fast as I could manage. As soon as I had a barrier between us, I said, "You know, I have some friends at the police department that could probably help you better than I can. I'm just going to call them and see if we can figure this out together." Again, at the mention of the cops, she began screaming at me, and I just kept reiterating that the police would help her. She snapped at me and she said she was going to leave and stormed out. But it wasn't over. I wanted to make sure she was gone. Sure enough, not 60 seconds after she left, she came into the bathroom and started banging on the stall door. Then she said something that scared me more than anything else. "Hey, come back to your car with me. I left my beer in your car." I blatantly told her no. I saw her get into my car, and she had absolutely nothing with her other than the clothes on her back. After that, she left the bathroom again and didn't come back. I waited a good 5 minutes before exiting the bathroom. I immediately found a manager who called the police for me. Thankfully, I was in a different police jurisdiction from the one I worked because I was mortified at how entirely stupid I had been for the whole night and would have died of embarrassment. If a coworker had responded, the officer that responded took my statement and advised me to be more careful in the future. He said that sometimes panhandlers turn violent, and that just recently there had been a woman who matched my description of assaulting the Good Samaritan that had stopped to try to help her. I learned my lesson on stranger danger, and I'm lucky to have come out unscathed. I'm glad my stupidity didn't kill me. So, fellow listeners, the next time you try and help a stranger late at night, don't.
No one knew where it came from. We all went to sleep the night before, and it was there the next morning. Not even the owners of the house on both sides had a clue how it got there. Neither homeowner ever heard as much as the hiss of air brakes. During the whole of that night, The only real indication of how it arrived was the trailer was sitting upon. I was still relatively young at the time, around 13, but the subject was a hot topic around the neighborhood, and every person I spoke to, whether a kid or an adult, was eager to talk about it. Our neighborhood was somewhere new and off by itself, and it wasn't out of the ordinary for folks to dump things out there. Dogs and cats were the most common, but 1 or 2 cars would turn up every year. A house, though, no one ever seen that or expected it. The days passed, but no information could be gotten from anywhere. Soon, it began to take on a spooky and haunted reputation. Along with its phantom like a rival in the dark of the night, it did look a little familiar to that house from Psycho. The stories first reached me while I was talking to a friend's younger brother. Among the grade school kids, the house was becoming a very real symbol of fear, although it was just an old empty house to me. This fear didn't prevent some of the more adventurous of them just entering and exploring it. I witnessed a particularly funny episode just by chance. While loafing aimlessly around the streets, I was passing by in time to see a preteen boy running from the house in terror, claiming that something had grabbed him. Whether his imagination had gotten the best of him, or an older kid was having a bit of fun, the horror put upon this abandoned house had fully taken root in the neighborhood. While this was going on, a real boogeyman had been forgotten about. I'll not put his actual name here, not because of privacy, but that of the victims. We'll call him Rudy. Rudy had grown up in the neighborhood, and until he was arrested, was well liked by a lot of the parents, had voiced their fears early on because of his habit of hanging around younger boys. When he was released from jail, he was allowed to move in with his folks. Anyone who wasn't aware of his proclivities beforehand knew now every parent in the neighborhood watched him closely. But when the ghost house popped up, people's focus is shifted. A few of us teenagers were riding our bikes around the neighborhood. The father of a boy we'll call Bill was looking for a son. I overheard him speaking to a young kid close by, asking if he had seen him. Nonchalantly, the boy said that he had seen Bill going into that ghost house with Rudy just a few minutes prior. And this got my full attention. The shock of the father's face is still crystal clear in my mind. I turned around and watched the father run full speed into the house. Most of us there stood transfixed as we saw Bill's dad disappear inside. Things were quiet for about the first 30 seconds. Then, all of a sudden, a loud ruckus broke out, followed by Rudy flying out of the doorway and onto the ground below. Billy's dad was close behind. He leapt onto Rudy, throwing fists as he landed. Bill came out a few seconds later crying for his dad to stop. His dad ignored him, standing up and kicking Rudy to the ground over and over. Rudy eventually got to his feet and ran for home. Billy and his dad were right behind him. I continued to watch until they disappeared from my sight. Billy and Rudy would both claim later on that nothing had happened between them. Either way, Billy's dad had the support of most of the community, and Rudy declined to press charges on him. Rudy would eventually move away and out of the minds of most of us, until he was arrested 3 years later for abducting and killing 2 boys near his new home. Only then did we realize how lucky Bill had been. That night, as I'd fallen asleep, I remember wondering what was going to happen to Rudy and Bill's dad. When I woke up, things were normal for a summer morning. Around 9, I was making a bowl of cereal when I got a phone call. It was a friend of mine, and he was short of breath and excited. The ghost house. It's gone, man. I hung up and hopped on my bike. When I arrived at the end of the streets, I looked down and saw the empty lot as it used to be. I rode down to it, and a small group were gathering, talking to the neighbors. It was much the same as the morning when it appeared. They hadn't heard or seen anything strange. It seemed to leave just as silently as it had arrived. To this day, I haven't met a soul who knows anything about that house. Sometimes I think I dreamt the whole thing up. But then I speak to an old friend from the neighborhood, and my memories are confirmed. Of course, I don't believe it was haunted or anything like that, but I know for sure that something was wrong about it. And I pray that I never see it again.